Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello, it's LaShawn of Let's Get Social. And we are going to be sewing Know Me 2053 View B, the pants. Today, I'm really excited about sewing these pants. I'm going to talk a little bit more about them. I'm just going to wait a little bit for people to hop on. Hey, Anthony, I sent you a text message. You didn't respond. Um, So we're going to get started really soon. I'm going to talk about, what fabric I'm using, what prep I did in advance. So just come on in. We're going to get started very, very soon. In the meantime, I will be right back. Okay. I am back. I am back. Welcome. Hello, Brooklyn Timmy. Welcome. Hey, Shishi. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the live. Let me know if you all can hear me because I have multiple cameras set up and I do not have my headset on. So if there is any echoing, definitely let me know and I will put it on. Hey, Tamika. Hi, Tony. Welcome, welcome. So we're going to be sewing Know Me Pattern 2053 View B, these pants. I'm excited about it. I've done a little bit of prep work and I'm going to talk about that in a minute. You can hear really good. Okay, all sounds good. Great. I like to do the multiple views because I don't always, I haven't mastered the skill of talking and sewing. And so sometimes I'm sewing and I'm not talking, but I think it'll be a little bit more interesting, at least if you could see what I'm doing. So if you're on TikTok, you have a different view than the people who are on Facebook and YouTube. But on TikTok, I think you have a little bit of a better view because of the way the camera is. So, and it's also easier for me to shift the camera so you can see a little more. So I'm just going to make one more adjustment to the camera so you can see a little bit more of what I'm doing. I think, oh, here we go. I'm just making a quick adjustment to the camera. So you can maybe be able to see a little bit more. Okay. All right. We're going to work with it. So I am excited to be able to sew Know Me 2053. If you are sewing with me, definitely let me know, put something in the chat so that I can know to kind of check in and talk a little bit more thoroughly about what it is that I'm doing each step of the way so that we don't leave anybody behind. And of course, if you sew it, even if you're sewing with me now, or if you sew after the fact, please tag me in your makes or inbox me, send it to me, give me permission if you feel comfortable for me to repost it, because I just love seeing when people post and share their experiences of sewing. So, okay, Teresa, you're sewing along. I'm excited. I am so excited about that. Okay, so let's get started. Let's dive into it because my goal is for us to be finished in a air quote reasonable time. But these are pants, and while I found them to be pretty straightforward, and there is a sew along, so the stitch fits did do a sew along, which was really easy to follow, and I did reference it midway through just to make sure that I was understanding all of the things that I was doing. And also I just wanted to make sure, like, do a little double check. And so she did a really good sew along as well. But there are a lot of things that are, that would take a little bit of time. So like, for example, there are welted pockets in the back, and there are some darts and in the front and in the back. And there's, of course, a zipper So there's a couple of different things. There's belt loops, so little couple things that take a little bit of time. So again, I've done some prep work in advance, but again, I'm going to be talking still through what are those steps that I've taken. I also did a little bit of some modifications too, and so I'm going to talk about that. So as far as the fabric that I'm using, so I have went back and forth about the fabric. Those that know me, sometimes I reach out to my sew friends and say, hey, what do you think about this? Or if the pattern calls for a certain type of fabric and I'm not sure whether or not it meets the qualifications, I will phone a friend and say, look, I'm at the fabric store or I'm looking through my fabrics and I want to use this fabric. Do you think this is a good substitute for the recommended fabrics? And so for the pants, they recommend that you use a cotton blend, garbadine, a lightweight wool, linen blends, or a stretch woven fabric. So I'm gonna be honest with you, like I bought a fabric and then I ended up using fabric that I already have at home. Anybody who knows me knows that I love black. I've been trying to step out of the black zone. And I would say I've done pretty good at stepping out of not sewing all black, because if it was up to me and I didn't push myself, everything I sew all the time would always be black, because that truly is my favorite color. Yes, it is my favorite color, and it's just the color that I love. And I'm telling you, if I can go and grab black, it takes me 2 seconds in the store every single time. So anyway, I am using a 100% cotton. So it is not a cotton blend. This is 100% cotton. And on the panel, it said like linen like, but it's 100% cotton. So it looks like a linen, but it is 100% cotton. And then I'm also using a complementary color, which is, this is a cotton blend fabric. So I don't know if you can see it. It looks like a wool, but a lightweight wool, but it's not. And it really has very little stretch. Both of these have very little stretch. So this is the fabric. So those that are here, this is the fabric that I went to the store and purchased, but ultimately decided to only use as a complementary color. So I'm using it basically for an accent. So the belt loops, I'm doing the belt loops in this. I'm doing the pockets, the little faux coin pocket in this, and then I'm also doing the welts in this fabric, and then I am doing the back part of the pocket in this color fabric. So, and I did a little bit in advance just to see how it would look and how these two types of fabric would sew together, and they're pretty complementary to each other. So my main fabric, the pants, are going to be black, and then I have a complementary of this cotton cotton blend fabric that I'm going to use as the accent. And then I have a black zipper. So you do need a 7-inch zipper. And so I have my 7-inch zipper here. And then you need 2 buttons. And so I have some buttons here, although you need a 5/8 inch button. I have this other plain black button, which I do really like, but it's a little bit bigger than 5/8. So I'm going to play around with it a little bit and see if I use it. Hey, Tamika. So you say you're watching for now, and then you're going to wait till I learn to make some adjustments in the seat area of the pants. So that is a great point. So Tamika was saying, hey, she's watching, and then she's going to see, she needs to make some adjustments in the seat area. And I also needed to make some adjustments in the hip area as well. So let's talk a little bit about the adjustments that I made before we dive into making going step by step through the pattern. So what I realized is that my hips were a little bit wider than what it called for in the pattern. And so I learned something new. I called Auntie Carol. So let me just tell you a little bit about what I did to prepare. So originally I was looking at the pattern sizes, and I realized, like, okay, when I'm looking at the body measurements, the finished garment measurements, I looked at the waist and I looked at the hip, and I said, well, my hip is a 42, my waist is a 32. And so I originally cut a size 16 because it was closest to my hip size, so that I wouldn't have to make any adjustments in the hip. And then I was trying to figure out, well, how do I enlarge the waist, to match the hip? And it was like a whole mess. I was looking on YouTube, trying to look at, resources that I had. And ultimately I was like, I want to make sure that I get this right. So I called Auntie Carol and I said, look, I'm trying to figure this out. I'm basically between two different sizes, between a size 12. My waist is a size 12. My hips are a size 16, 16, 18 in between. And so what do I do? And she said, well, and I said I had already cut the size 16. So I was trying to just really make the adjustment to make the waist catch up with the hip. And she said, in this, anytime you are in between sizes, you want to pick the pattern that matches your butt and hips first. And then you adjust the waist. And let me tell you, that made a huge difference. So I had to recut a size 12. And let me tell you, it was so much easier to adjust the waist because I only had to add an inch or take an inch away from the waist. And it was like a half an inch on each side versus trying to enlarge the hips by like 5 inches or whatever. So if your waist and hips are two different size, pick the size that matches your butt and hip area, and then you can adjust the other areas. And the same thing she said with the top, you're going to pick a size that fits your bust, and then you of course can adjust for your waist or shoulders or other things. But it's your bust that is going to be the size that you're going to go with if you're working with the top, if you have different measurements in different parts of your upper body, or if you have different measurements in different parts of your lower body, you're going to go with your hip and butt area and then make adjustments for your waist and lower body. So I recut the size 12, and then I made the other adjustments that I needed to make, which were not as significant doing it the other way around. So I did make some adjustments for the hips. Yes, I made some adjustments for the hips. I picked my hip size, and I made adjustments for my waist. That's what I did. And then I also took 2 inches off of the bottom of the pants because I am short. And so it gives you the length of the pants, the finished length from the waist. And so it is 40, for a size 12, it was basically 41 3/4, 42, roughly 42 inches. And I cut it down to a 40, which still is long a little bit, but I feel like it's much easier for me to make an adjustment, basically at the bottom. Afterwards, I could just make the seam a little bit longer. I mean, shorter if I need it, or make the seam longer. So that will make the pants a little bit shorter if I needed to. So those were the 2 major adjustments that I made. One other adjustment that I made is I did take like a half an inch. I'm not a huge fan of like bell bottom wide leg pants. I'm short, and so I feel like they don't compliment me as much because I am so short, and I like to preserve my length. I wear heels pretty much all the time. So I just took it in just a little bit because it's not super wide, and I feel like, okay, I took it in a little bit. So I took in about a half an inch off of each side of the leg just to make it so it's still wide, but it is not as wide as the original pattern. So when you see the finished garment on me, the pants may be a little bit slimmer than this, but they were not super wide. So just a little bit of a wide leg. So hi, Donnie, welcome. And let me see. Hi, Lacey, welcome. Valerie, welcome. Hi, Aisha, welcome. Julian, Trish, Shakira, welcome everybody. Hey, friend. Hi, Katrina. So welcome. And for those that are just joining, again, if you are sewing along, please let me know so that I can make sure that I don't leave anyone behind, because I love when people sew along. And there's a lot of little steps. So we're going to make sure that we get to every step. So we are only doing the pants today, although I am going to do the shirt at some point. But because it's super cute, and there's lots of options with that as well. So since we are doing the pants, we are actually able to start on page 3 of 4. So if you're following along in the directions, for those that don't know how I like to sew, I do follow the directions. And we are starting with the pants at step 1. So step 1, I've done in advance, which really just talks about interfacing the pieces. So you need to interface piece 11, piece 12, piece 13. So 11 and 12 are pretty much the zipper pieces. And then piece 12 is the faux pocket. So I did not interface the pieces that were made with this fabric. I didn't interface them because the fabric is already has some structure to it, and I'm using a lightweight interfacing, and so it pretty much already has that because of the fabric that I'm using. And so I felt comfortable not interfacing the pieces that I'm using with this fabric. So depending on your fabric and the level of structure that it has, you may decide not to interface. So I did not interface for this piece. And then, so you're interfacing the 2 zipper pieces, and you're interfacing also the band. So here's my band. I have interfaced that, put the interfacing on one side, this is the waistband. And then I've also interfaced the zipper pieces. So here is one of them. So this is the right fly facing, which I have interfaced that. And then I've also interfaced one piece of the left fly. So I've interfaced that piece. So all my interfacing has been done, although I just saw, apparently I did not interface the whole piece because I left one little part out. So I will fix that when we get to that section. But you need to interface those. And piece number 15, you also need to interface. Again, I did not interface. This is the welt pocket. I did not interface this because this is already pretty structured. So I did not interface that. But that is the first step that you're going to spend doing some interfacing. So I'm going to put those pieces to the side because I have interfaced most of them. I have one other piece that I do need to interface, and I'm just going to turn my iron on and get my interfacing because I'm going to prepare myself to interface that piece. Hi, Lindsay. Welcome. Hi, Bird. Thank you. You said my sewing space is so fancy. My sewing space doubles as my living space. Thank you. So I'm going to cut out this little piece so that I can finish what I thought I did, which is interfacing that fly, the zipper fly, because apparently I thought I did it and I did not. So again, you're only interfacing one of the pieces. So I have to cut out a piece for this. I don't know what happened. I forgot. I got distracted and I did not fully interface it. So, but that is something that I did in advance, is do the interfacing. Well, almost did in advance. I need to get another color for my ironing piece, because the problem is because it's white, I can't always see the background. Hi, Kay, welcome. So for those that are just joining me for the first time, I do stream live on multiple platforms. So I'm on TikTok, and I use StreamYard to also cast onto YouTube and Facebook at the same time. And unfortunately, because TikTok is not on StreamYard, I have to set up 2 different cameras. So I have people that are on YouTube and Facebook, and then I have people that are on TikTok, and you all can't see each other. So if you see me responding this way, it's because I'm talking to Facebook and YouTube. And if YouTube and Facebook, if you see me looking this way, it's because I'm talking to my friends on TikTok. Hopefully one day StreamYard will be able to, integrate with Instagram, which I have inquired about, and they said that they are working on it, but also TikTok. But for now, we have multiple platforms, and I'm not willing to give up any of them. I like them all equally. So this is how it works. All right. So the other thing that I did do in advance for most of the pieces is I did serge around all of the pieces, or most of them anyway. I'm just noticing that I did not do this piece. I think this is the only piece that I have not done. So I am going to serge this as well, because my fabric it will like kind of start shredding. And so I do want to make sure it's serged just so I can have these garments that I'm making forever. I am using, so to sew, I'm using the Bernina 790. And then to serge, I'm using the Bernina L860. So 2 Berninas is what I'm using to sew. And let me see if I can turn this a little bit so you can see, or it's probably just easier for me to just move this sewing machine so you can, so I don't have to step out of frame. And I don't think I'll be serging anything else besides this. So it shouldn't be too much. So that's another thing that I've done in terms of prepping, is that I've serged most of the pieces that are with the cotton. So the other cotton blend, I did not serge because it doesn't, I don't have to worry about it, coming apart. It's not going to come apart. So. Hi, Anna. You said, Priscilla said, I just picked up this pattern and plan to make it for my daughter. Awesome. Well, hopefully, if you have any questions or anything, definitely don't hesitate to reach out. And when you do make it, tag, if you post it, if you feel comfortable, inbox me or tag me. I would love to be able to see, what fabric you use and, your experience with sewing it. I'm very excited about these pants. I cannot wait to wear them. So I have been recently telling people that at work. So most people at work do not know that I've started sewing. And more recently, I have started wearing the things that I'm sewing to work. And so when people say to me, oh, I love that outfit that you have on, I'm using that as an opportunity to say, oh, I made it. And let me tell you, the response has been just exciting. And a bit not overwhelming. That's probably not the right word, but definitely exciting. People have been like, oh my goodness, I can't believe that you made that, which just inspires me. And of course, my goal is to, encourage other people to sew. But I'll tell you, like my greatest experience with sewing is that I don't ever have to make clothes that I don't ever have to wear clothes that I don't like. And that's probably the best thing. I spent too many years as a short person with an atypical body type, like I just shared with you, like my hip and waist is not, it's not the standard. And I've just had to deal with that. Am I doing this in a solid color or will there be a contrast? Great question. So I am doing a contrast. So the pants will be black, and then I am doing contrast for the pockets, for the faux coin pocket, and the like the belt loops, which are called carriers. That's what they're called in the pattern. So those are all, I will do those in they're like a cream color. And I've already done, some of each of these steps just to see how it would look with each other. And it looks so good together. All right, so I have finished that. All right, so, and I'm just gonna press this really quick. All right, let's see. Let me see, what does it say? Your makes us so creative. Thank you, Brad. You know what? I am like such a, like my style is, oh, let me see. What my friend saying? Oh, thank you, friend. I got my phone here. Okay. Thank you, Aisha. I got my phone so I can see. So let me see. So if I didn't mention it, and I don't know if Lindsay is still on, but the pattern that I am making is Lindsay's pattern. So this is Lindsay. And I know she was on. I don't know if she's still on, but she might still be here. I can't tell. Is she still there? Oh, she said I'm still there. Hi, Lindsay. So this is her pattern that I am making. And you did a wonderful job on your YouTube video. I don't know if you were on when I said this, but I did. I watched it just to make sure, like, am I missing anything? Am I getting it right? And it was very helpful. I'm very excited about these pants. So I don't know if you want to come up. I would love for you to come up. If you want to come up and just maybe tell us a little bit about, or you can put it in the chat too. I don't want to put you on the spot because I did not ask you in advance. But anyway, for those that want to know, Lindsay is on. She's in TikTok. For those that are on YouTube and Facebook, Lindsay is on TikTok. And this is her Know Me pattern. So thank you, Lindsay, for hopping on. I appreciate it. I appreciate you for getting on. Okay, so all right, where are we going to start? So so after you have done your interfacing of those pieces based on, again, I have not interfaced all my pieces because of some of the fabric. Oh yeah, okay, that's okay. That's okay. I haven't interfaced all the pieces because of some of the fabrics that I use. I feel like they didn't need interfacing, so I did not interface them. But definitely take a look at your fabric, and if you feel like it has enough structure, you might be able to forego the interfacing on some of those pieces. But if you don't know, better to interface than not. I'd use a lightweight interfacing. So the next step is to make the pleats. So you're going to make pleats on the front pieces, which are piece number 8. And I did, again, in advance, do my pleats. So that's number 14, which is the back. So I've done my pleats on both my front and back. And in the front, when you are doing your pleats, you want to make sure that you fold your pleats so that they are going toward the pocket, which I've done. And so I'm just going to show you because I did that in advance. So this is some of these steps I did do in advance because I went on one of the pants legs. So I'm going to do a little less sewing in the beginning and then a little bit more sewing towards the end. But you could see where I've done the pleats. And so when it's telling you to do the pleats, basically when you transfer your lines, you will have like a dotted line and you're going to fold that dotted line over to the other single line. And that's basically what I did in these pants. And then you're going to do a basting stitch across the top. And so I'm just going to show you this. Let me see, make sure I get it on the camera so that you can see I did it. There's 2 pleats and then there is a basting stitch, and then you all can see where I've done that. And this is just to give you an idea of the contrast. So this is the pocket piece. And so you'll be able to see like how it's contrasted. So that's the first step. You're going to do that on both of your front pieces. So here's the other front piece, which I didn't do the pocket on. I just did the pleats. So I still have to do the pocket on this one. So again, the 2 pleats, and then this is where the pocket will be on this side. So that's your first step, is to do the pocket. I mean, do the pleats. And then I'm just going to move this to the side so my space doesn't get too cluttered. I'm going to move this right here. Let me see. Do you have a hard time seeing your notches or markings when you serge? Yes. So Latoya asked, hey, when you serge the ends, do you have a hard time seeing your notches or your markings? And the answer is yes. So I put all my, all my markings, and I cut them. And so the challenge that I have is sometimes what I do is I go back and take chalk and I'll redo them because I don't think about it ahead of time. But I can kind of see this where my markings are. So you can't really tell here, but I take the knife off of my serger when I do it this way, because I don't want to lose any fabric. And so I'm not cutting my serge pieces off. So I can kind of still see them through where the serge was. Like I can see this one, I can see that there's 2 there, but it does become a little bit more difficult. And if I would have thought about it before I sat down and started serging all of them, I would have probably used chalk, which would have been the easier thing to do, because then the chalk doesn't go away. And you'll see I have used chalk on a lot of these, a white chalk. So you'll see that it's still on there, and it probably won't fully go away until I wash the, wash the pants. But yeah, that's a great question. Yes, the answer to that is yes, it does make it a little bit more difficult. Have I made these trousers before, or are these my first? So, Lindsay, this is my first time making them. And that's part of the reason. So usually what I try to do when I'm going on live is I do try to sew a pair first, but it really depends on my work schedule and what other things I have going on. So what I did to account for the fact that I wasn't able to completely make a pair is I did one of everything. So because these are pants, I was, able to do so. Like I put the pocket together on one pair of the pants. So the only thing I didn't do is I didn't do the zipper front, but I really watched your video a couple of times to make sure that I got that concept down, because I didn't get to really actually do it. But I do try for the most part, especially when I'm getting on live. I try to make them ahead of time. But the great thing about Black Sewing Network is that if I get stuck, I phone a friend. I will call somebody up and be like, oh, can you help me? And somebody will hop on and they will help me and everybody else who's sewing along. I'm not afraid to do that because, we don't have to have all the answers, which I'm happy about that. So, but I have not made these before. So we are doing this together. Besides the pieces that I've done on one of the legs, we are doing this together. And Lindsay, we have you here for now. So we're going to tap into your knowledge, because we know you have made these pants at least twice, the pair that's on this pants and the pair that we saw you make on your YouTube video. So we have the expert herself on that can help us. All right. So the next piece is that we are going to put we're going to pin the pocket facing on, which is piece number 9. So we're basically going to do this other piece. We're going to put the pocket on, but we're going to start with the pocket facing. So that's piece number 9. That is this piece. We're going to put the pocket facing on. And the way you're going to put the pocket facing on is you are going to basically put right sides together. So you're going to have your the front of your pants facing up, and you're going to take the pocket, and on the right side of the pocket, which should align with the pants. So basically you can't really see it that well because it's not contrasting, but here's the pocket, and you can see it lines up with the edge of the pocket pants. So this is right sides together. This is the right side of the pants, and this is the right side of the pocket. So you're going to pin that down, and then we are going to stitch from the top of the pocket piece to the bottom at 5/8 of an inch. And then we're going to fold it over and we are going to understitch. So that's the two things that we're going to do. So the first step is to pin it down. You're going to stitch along that upper edge of the pocket, 5/8 of an inch. Then you're going to fold it over and you are going to understitch. And when you are understitching, you're going to stitch the seam allowance onto the pocket piece. So it's going to be this seam allowance here. And I'll show you as we do each step, but I'm just, for those that sew really fast, faster than me, I'm just telling you, you're going to take that seam allowance after you fold this over and you're going to sew it right on with a narrow stitch right onto the pocket. So first things first, right sides together, you're going to pin that pocket facing onto the pants, right sides together. And I do have, because I'm using two different, thank you, Lindsay. Thank you so much. I'm excited. I feel like this color contrast is going to be everything. Very excited about it. And I may even make another pair because, like I said, I did go and buy, this is not the fabric that I bought for these pants, but I got home and I was like, I saw this black and I was like, you know what? It's black. That's what it is. So I'm going to change my fabric, my thread, because I do have to go back and forth because I am using two different color fabrics. And I like my thread to match whenever possible. Even if you can't really see it, I like it to match. So. All right. So I'm just converting back over to my black thread. And I will keep that cream colored thread close by because we may need it again. Yeah, you know what? The whole color, because even when I got my original fabric, what color did I get to go with this? I got I got another color too. So I always thought I'm gonna do a color contrast. Both the neutral color. So I still may end up making another pair with this, with all the way with this color, because I do like the way that it looks. Even as the contrast, I'm like, oh, I should have stuck with that, but that just means I have to make another pair. All right, so 5/8 of an inch, I am stitching this down. Can't wait to see the finished look. Yes. Me neither. I cannot wait. I already feel like, oh, my thread came out. I already feel like, just based on what I've done so far, that it looks really good. It's going to be, sometimes I get nervous about, when I'm using two different types of fabric, how it's going to turn out. But so far, so good. Okay, there we go. My thread slipped out of my needle. I didn't pull it through enough. And I thought I did, but I guess I did not. All right, here we go. You decided on red. Yes, I can't wait to see it. Please tag me. I really want to see it. Please tag me. And you can also tag Lindsay too, because I'm sure she wants to see it. And her, I don't know, Lindsay, let me see. I think I know your your Instagram handle is Stitch Fits. So I'm going to just put it so you could see, people could see. Can you see that? And then, oh yeah, okay, the Stitch Fits. Thank you, Lindsay. I'll type it into on face for the Facebook people to see what your Instagram handle is too. Okay, so I've stitched it on the pocket, and then I'm going to press it, and then I'm going to do my understitch. So it's stitched on, and now I am going to press this, and then I'm going to understitch it. Here we go. And then I'm going to understitch this. And this will just really help the pocket lay flat. And I actually really like this kind of pocket because, like I said, for me, I have a little bit of a hip. And the one thing I always, sometimes which happens to me with pants is that the pockets, when they are completely on the side, so the pocket that we're making is basically just like this type of pocket, whereas this is a fake pocket, but where it's at the top as opposed to being on the side. And sometimes when I have pockets on the side, I have to do even more enlargement of the hip so I don't get this gapping where the pocket is kind of just open. And that doesn't really happen when the pockets are at the top like this. This is kind of one of my favorite types of pockets because I don't get that gapping. But you can correct for that, which I learned to do because I had that problem. If you ever do a side pocket and you have that gapping issue, you can definitely correct for it, but you don't have to worry about it as much when you have this type of top pocket. If you have if you're a hippier person. So again, I'm going to show you what I'm doing, but I am basically stitching down the seam allowance to the pocket piece, not to the pants. So, and I'll show you in a minute what that looks like. So let me just show you so you can see. It'll be hard to see, but maybe. So you can see that extra stitch there. I don't know if you can see it, and let me just show you over here too. Get the camera right. You know what I realized? I should have did this the other way, but hopefully you could see this. So anyway, that is basically how it'll look once you have it folded. You really won't be able to see it from the outside because it's the facing, it's the inside of the pocket. And then the next step that you're going to do is, so we already turned it to the inside. I'm going to press it again. And then we are going to open out the pocket and we're going to put on piece number 10, which is the actual side and front pocket. So the other thing that I did, remember I mentioned earlier that I did have to widen the hip a little bit. And so because this pocket, so when you look at these pants, Part of what you're not able to see is the other part. Let me use this one because I finished this one. So this right here, this piece right here is the side. This makes up the other part of your waistband or the top of your pants. And so because I widened the hip on the back piece, I also had to widen this piece because it's not only is it the pocket piece, it's also the side of the pants. So when I added a 1/2 inch to each one of the sides of the back, I also had to add a 1/2 inch on this pocket so that when I put the front and the back pants together, it will fit. I will actually have a wide enough waist to account, or so, you know, to account for the adjustment that I made here. So I had to add a 1/2 inch onto this piece. So I added a 1/2 inch and I just gradually brought it down into the hip. Because remember, the hip is what I matched. So I added a 1/2 inch and just gradually brought it down. So I just want to also, I didn't mention that in the beginning, but that is another piece that you have to do for this style of pocket, because the pocket is not just the pocket, it's the pocket and the side piece. Thank you, Lindsay. Hi, Angela. You said, I am sewing what you, finally you're sewing what I'm sewing. Brooklyn, I cannot wait to see it. I cannot wait to see it. So we're taking this is piece number 10, which is called the side and pocket, side, front, and pocket. So we are taking that and we're going to, let me just move this out the way so I can make sure. So open up the pocket with right sides together. We are going to pin the side, front, and the pocket to 10, a pocket 10 piece to the facing. So let me just see if I can make sure this is all in the camera. I think you all can see it. So this is the pocket piece, and I am basically pinning it down to the pocket facing, which is directly underneath this. So I'm pinning it, and then we're going to stitch all around basically the curved part of the pocket. So I'm pinning it now, and I'll hold it up and show you too. So I think the last time I was on live is when I was preparing for the New York Frocktails, and I think I had shared at that time that I signed up for, or maybe it was before that, I signed up for the Pattern Making Academy, which, because I want to eventually do a pattern, but what I'm realizing is like all the tips that, you know, there's just so much information, great information about how to make adjustments for your body type and just figuring out little pieces. So I'm in the early phases. So don't ask me any kind of, you can ask me and I'll do my best to answer any kind of beginning questions. But I love that my knowledge level is going to just, I feel like it's just going to explode, which I'm really excited about, because I'm going to bring all of that extra knowledge onto these lives. So hopefully I could share that. So what you see right here is I have pinned this, and we're going to stitch all around this curved piece right here. Boom, 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 boom. That is what we are sewing together. And then once we do that, we are also going to sew just a little bit of a basting stitch across this top right here, just this little top piece. But first things first, we're going to sew around here 5/8 of an inch, and that is going to create our pocket. So I'm doing that right now. Oh, wait a minute. Let me make sure I did this right. Yes, I did. Okay. So this is how it's going to look when it's finished. Just like the other pants. It'll look just like this. So this is the side piece and then the pocket piece. This is what the inside will look like when we're finished. It's the front, the other front, and again, we're stitching right here down this piece. And just the 2 pocket pieces. So not the pants leg, just the pocket piece. And then once you sew around that curve, then we're going to just do a basting stitch at this top piece right here. And I'm just doing mine at 4.5, the stitch width. There we go. All right, and then that is, let me just show you. You can see that. That's pretty much what we just done. There we go. You can see that. And this matches what we've already done on the other side. Okay, so is anybody, I know there are people that are, you said you're also doing that class, Angela. Yeah, so how are you liking it so far? I don't know how far along you are. I am just starting. So, all right. I know. Aisha said, that's not the fabric you bought for this project. Well, this one is. One of them is, but you're right. Aisha is one of my phone friends that I called when I was picking fabrics for this project. So she knows what I originally thought I was going with. Okay. So once you have both of your front pieces, so you're doing both of your front pieces, as I've mentioned before, I did do one of them in advance because I just wanted to make sure I knew what I was doing before I got on here. Let me make sure. Lord, did I sew this on backwards? I might have. Did I? Okay, let me just make sure I did or didn't sew it on backwards, and maybe I did. I might have. So we might be taking one apart. Let's re-sewing it the other way, which is fine. It happens. Okay, let me see. I did because, oh, maybe not. Maybe I didn't. Okay. Nope, I didn't. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus. I did not. Okay. So once you have both of your front pieces, I did. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm just going to make sure. I did. Okay. So let me just, I'm going to walk you through one mistake that I made. So I sewed together one of my pants pieces backwards. So I have to resew it. I have to use my seam ripper, which we all hate to use, but sometimes that's the case. We got to use it. So what I did was the pants, the piece that I just sewed, and it starts from the mistake that I made was from the very beginning, because so what I did off camera was, what I realize now is that I put my pleats in on the wrong side. So my pleats should have been on this side, which would have made everything go the other way. And so that's how I ended up making that mistake. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my seam ripper and put my pleats on the other side and restitch this all on the other side. So we're going to do it again, which for those that are sewing along and are doing their other side, hopefully we won't be too, hopefully I won't put us too far behind. But yeah, so I made a mistake and put my pleats. So the lesson in that is that when you are using fabric that looks the same on both sides, you should mark your fabrics to make sure that you stitch together the things on the same side. So basically what I did was I created two sides that are exactly the same. I created two left sides or two right sides, whichever one I decide to take apart, which is probably going to be the one that I just did. Yeah, that is what I did. Let me just make sure before I take it apart that is what I did. I feel like that is what I did. Yes, that is what I did. Yep, that is what I did. Oh, that sucks. It's okay. It happens. Yep, I created two exactly the same size. So this should be on the other way. So we're going to talk while I seam rip this out, and we're going to do it again together. Let me get my seam ripper. It happens. It happens. Don't have a nervous breakdown. I'm talking more to me than to y'all. Okay, let's see. Thank you. Yes, top notch. Mark your fronts, mark your backs, and then you won't have that same thing. It's okay. It happens. Do I have enough to? No, I'm not going to cut it again because it's not going to take me that long. To do it. But yeah, it does happen. So the lesson here is make sure you mark it, particularly when your fabric looks the same on both sides, as mine does. It is so easy to make that kind of mistake. Let's see. Cut it. You said cut it again so I can catch. Look, by the time I was, for a second I thought, oh, you know what? I could probably cut this again in like 2 seconds, but it's probably the same amount of time, maybe. Let me see. I don't think I have enough fabric. Oh, maybe I do. I don't think I did. Maybe I did. I don't think I do. All right, but it's not going to take us long. It's not going to take us long. Let's see. It's all good to be the intermission. It's allowed me to catch up with the pockets. Okay, very good. And if you have questions, again, don't hesitate to drop them in the chat, because If Lindsay's still on, she definitely will help. And then of course, I can answer them too. All right. Oh, you know what I realized too is, which again, not a big deal, but I serged this after I put my um, pleats in. So, but it's coming out pretty good. The power of having a great seam ripper is that you can take stuff out really quickly. And you know what's so interesting? Like yesterday, I kind of pinned this all together and just to kind of double check, like, hey, did I do this? Did I have this right? Well, it did come out pretty quickly. So I already took out the pleats. The pleats are out. I'm just going to straighten this. Well, one is out. I got to take the other one out. All right, that was fast. So I got that first one out. And just taking this one out, part of this pocket. So the challenge with the pocket is I got to take out the understitching too. But it's coming out. It's actually coming out much faster than I thought. It's not too bad. So for those that might just be hopping on, we are doing NOMI 2053 View B, which is the pants. And we have, what I'm doing right now is I realized after I finished putting in the second pocket that I stitched it onto the wrong side. So I made basically two right sides. So I'm taking it out so that I can re-put in the pocket. I mean, I can put in the pleats in the pocket on the other side. So, and I was sharing with everyone what I should have done to avoid that is mark when your fabric is the same on both sides. It is so helpful to mark sides so that you don't end up doing what I did. And because I didn't mark the side, one mistake of putting the pleats on the wrong side led to the pocket going on the wrong side and so on. So I am seam ripping, which is actually coming out pretty quickly. But I have a lot to seam rip because I did the understitching and all of that. But it's coming out. And the other thing that makes it a little harder, but it's not causing me too much problem, is that all my thread is matching. So it's like melting into the fabric. So I'm afraid to just, normally I would just take the seam ripper and go poof, but I'm nervous about doing that because this seam ripper is very sharp and I don't want to cut my fabric because I just realized I don't have enough fabric to recut this pants. But it's coming out. So for those that are just joining and may still be working, we're going to do this whole pocket, this whole pant leg, one of these pant legs. We're going to do it all again. There we go. We're almost doing the last little part of the pocket, taking the pocket out. Well, not the last little part. I'm optimistic, but we're working through it. It says top. Oh, let's see. Just trying to create a combo while I'm watching. Thank you, Latoya. Appreciate that. Okay. I'm taking the other pleat out right now. All right, second pleat is out. And just taking out this pocket. This is real sewing. We all have experienced this. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Carol. Yes, this is what real sewing looks like. I can tell you, like, the frequency at which I use my seam ripper is less than when I first started, but it is still there. And I've learned the value of having a sharp seam ripper because it definitely makes a huge difference in trying to preserve your fabric and not, just makes the whole process quicker. I will tell you that one of the things, the better I've gotten at sewing, I do tend, sometimes you think, oh, you could just move through things so quickly, but then I have a tendency sometimes to make the simplest mistake, like again, not marking my fabric when both sides are the same. And so it's like every little step is so important. You don't realize like that little time it took me to mark the fabric, right side, wrong side, or front back would have saved all this because we would have been onto our little zipper at this point. But it's okay. It happens. It definitely happens. And like Miss Carol said, this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like. All right, we are, let's say 80%. 80% there. All right, here we go. Look at that. Boom. Literally, just this little piece. That's all I got left to take apart. And this little piece, of course, this is where I back stitch. So that's why this didn't just come straight out like the other ones. Oops. Look at that. Boom. It's coming out. Well, if there's anything that gives me confidence, these pants were not going to just fall apart. That's for sure. They were stitched together very well. Yay me. All right, there we go. Pocket is detached. And I'm just going to press this. And I am going to also want to make sure that I don't repeat the same mistake. So I need to make sure that I put this on the right side. So if this is the right side, then my pleats need to go. So this needs to be my right side. Okay, so what I'm doing now that I've figured out which side is my right side, make sure. Yes. And now I'm going to mark. I need to mark this. Oh, you know what? I guess because I pressed it, all my chalk disappeared. So I'm going to remark this. So I'm just remarking these. So marking this pleat, and this pleat, and then I'm also going to remark my zipper and my center front fold line. Because I could see it faintly, but oops. Okay. And now remark those. And then I'm going to take, remember the pleats have to go towards the pocket. So I'm just going to take these. I'm going to fold this line, one line over. And I'm going to pin it. And then I'm going to fold this line over. Because again, there's two pleats. And I'm going to pin that. Now I'm super nervous, so I'm going to do one more check before I pin this again. I'm going to press it, then I'm going to, before I stitch it, I just want to make sure again that I'm doing it the right way. Okay, this is the front, and then the front is facing up. So when I match these up, it should be two fronts facing each other. Yes, okay, that's it. All right. Anxiety level is low. So now that I've repinned those pleats, remark them, repin them, I am going to stitch them down, just making a stitch across the top within the seam allowance. Oh, you know what? Before I do that, let me just press this really quick, because it'll just help it stay in place when I start to fold it. Okay, let's see. Welcome, Peach. Okay, there we go. All right, so I'm just pressing my, and now again, I'm going to do a single stitch across the top in the seam allowance. And then I'm going to serge the top of this again, because I do have a fabric that will, you know, unravel or shred is what I like to say. And I'm moving it back to 2.5, which is my stitch width. Okay, so I've done that, and I'm just gonna move this over here, and I'm quickly going to serge the top of this again, because I picked out the serge piece. So I'm just going to serge this. I'm just, give me 1 second while I serge this top part. There we go. All right, it is serged. And okay, so there we go. Now we are back to our pocket. So we are working, so Angela, we are working on Nomi 2053. Let me show you the pattern. It is Lindsay's pattern, and we are doing view B, which are the pants, is what we're working on. So we are finishing up. We just added to this one of the pant legs. We did the first one, and now we're doing the second pant leg. We just put in the pleats in the front, and now we're working on the pocket piece, is what we're working on now. So I do need the pattern. I do need to remove this so that I can, I think I need to remove it. Let me see. Maybe I don't. Yes, I do. Because it also needs to go the other way. So I'm just going to quickly take this out. So it's 2053. I don't know if I said that, but this is 2053, and we're working on BP. And we are now to the pockets. So for those that are sewing along, let me know where you are. Are you where I am, ahead of me? Oh, so this one is going to be a little easier to take apart because the fabrics are different colors. So I can just pull this apart. And I do not have to reserge this pocket piece because I didn't take any of the serging out. You're on the second leg pocket. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so we're almost in the same spot. The one thing I will say is that I do love the way the fly zipper instructions are in the instructions. You know, we struggle, and by we, I mean me, struggle with sometimes understanding all of the instructions, but the way the instructions are in for the fly zipper front, it's literally, when we talk about step by step, it is step by step with pictures. And like I said earlier, Lindsay did do a video tutorial on this. So if you do get stuck, you have that as also a reference point. So I'm excited to get to that because I have not done it. So we will be doing it together, step by step. But in order to do that fly zipper front, you do need to finish both pockets. So this is the first time that I've actually ever put pants together in this way. So there's, one thing I'm learning is that there's so many ways to construct and put together pants. When you I'm used to doing like one leg complete and then you do the other leg. But this one, you're doing the two front pieces and then you're putting together the two back pieces and then you're stitching them both together, which is different than I've ever put together pants before. So it's just, every day you learn a new method or a new way to put together pants. And part of that is because it has this, the way the zipper goes in. Let's see. I guess I'm gonna keep going this way. I'll be right back. I'm gonna had to adjust the temperature. I realized when I'm sewing with all these lights, it gets hot, which I usually like it hot for those that know me, but not this hot. Okay. All right. Almost done taking the pocket apart. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all of the gifts and the likes. I appreciate you all. One, for logging on. I appreciate that. For keeping the conversation going. I appreciate that. All right. So we've gotten the pockets apart. So that means we're going to move on to our next step, which is we are taking the pocket facing, which I'm just going to press really quick because it's going to go in the opposite way of the way we put it before. So I'm just going to press it out to eliminate all the old. So this is our pocket facing. This is piece number, I think it's piece number 8. Is that what it is? I think it's piece number 8. Piece number 9. Sorry, this is piece number 9, our pocket facing. Right sides together. Lord, is this the right side? This is the right side. Right sides together. So you're going to take this pocket piece and you are going to put it on and you are going to pin it. So I know that those that are on, I'm just going to show you here. You're going to pin it along this part. And then for those that are on TikTok, let me just show you again where you're going to pin. You're going to pin it along this part. Again, right sides together. So this is the right side, even though you can see my marking. This is the right side. And then this is the right side. So right sides together of the pocket. And so it should line up. And then we're going to stitch right down this part. This is the pocket piece. Once we're finished, we're going to turn it over and we are going to understitch the seam allowance onto the pocket piece. And I'll show you that again when we get to that part. But for right now, I am pinning it. And then we're going to do a stitch. And we're going to stitch it at 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. So I'm just pinning. And then I'm going to stitch it on. All right. I'm going to do a quick little check again for good measure, just to make sure that we are going to end up with 2 pieces. Yes, front to front. Perfect. Okay. That's what anxiety does for you. It makes you double, triple check. Nothing wrong with that. All right, here we go. Stitching this pocket down. 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. Right sides together, pocket facing to the front of the pants. All right, we got it stitched together. So again, this is the front of the pants is what you're looking at now. This is the pocket. And now we are going to fold it, we're going to press it open and then fold it over, and we are going to stitch the seam allowance. So you can't really see it that well, but I'm just going to try my best. So this is the pocket. There's a little bit of seam allowance right here. I'm going to press that seam allowance down onto the pocket, and then I'm going to understitch. So that seam allowance I am stitching onto the pocket. So I'm pressing it now, the seam allowance down onto the pocket, and then we're going to do an understitching. And then once we understitch it, we'll press it again, turn the pocket all the way over to the other side, and then we will press it again. And that's just going to help your pocket lie flat. All right, and now I'm going to literally press this down. So I'm flipping the pocket all the way over onto the other side, and I'm pressing it. And let me just get a little bit of ran out of water. I need steam. All right, so I'm pressing it. Oh, that looks so good. Okay, so now we are done with that piece. Let's see. Okay, great. All right, so now this is basically what it will look like. Your pocket facing is on the inside. Okay, so now we're going on to the next step, which is taking your actual pocket, which is piece number 10, and you are going to line that pocket up with your pocket facing. So the curved part of your pocket, you are lining up the curved part of you're lining that curved part of the pocket, piece number 10, you're lining it up to the curved part of your pocket facing. So they should be, you're just lining up those raw edges. And so I'll repeat this because for those that may not have heard it earlier, I had to make some hip adjustments, or not hip adjustment, I had to make waist adjustments. And so because this pocket is not only a pocket, the top part of it is also the side. I had to add a half an inch because I added, I think, a total of 2 inches to the waist. And so I had to add a half an inch to each pocket piece to account for the 2 inches altogether that I added. So, and what I mean by that is, so when you're looking at the front of your pants, you can see without this piece that your pants, your pants, this is the front part of your pants, this piece right here, but that's not the whole front part. This pocket also makes up part of the front. So here we go, like this. So when you put it all together, part of this becomes the front. So now this makes up the entire front, this edge of the pocket plus this front part. So again, in order for me to make sure it all lines up, I had to add an extra half an inch onto the pocket piece. So I just want to explain that piece because I did have to make some adjustments to make sure that the pants, the sizing fit me perfectly, because my hip and waist were not the same. So I had to make some adjustments. It was not the same measurement. So you are going to pin along the entire curved part of the pocket, just the 2 pocket pieces, and then we're going to stitch around that entire curved part. So I'm just pinning now. Again, you're lining up those raw edges, and then you're gonna stitch it. So once you make a mistake, like, you know, what I just did, now you get so nervous, and I keep wanting to, like, okay, let me double check before I stitch this again. So guess what? I'm going to double check again to make sure, even though I feel like I've checked and triple checked, it will make me feel better to double check before I put this pocket in, that this is, I'm putting it in the right way. Is that right? Yes, okay. It is right, but okay. The lesson is, be sure to make sure you mark your fabric right sides. Okay. All right, so this is what it will look like from the front. And here's what we're going to stitch. We're going to stitch around this curve part right here and this little piece right here too. It's just like a little piece that you're going to stitch together. The pocket, 2 pocket. And then you're also going to do a basting stitch at the top to stitch this pocket to the actual pants piece. So a little basting stitch at the top. All right, so we're going to just stitch that 5/8 of an inch around. And then we will have put in the second pocket. right, pocket is in. And then we're going to just do a little basting stitch in this little top piece. And I'm just going to turn my stitch width up to 4.5. And I'm just going to do a nice little all right, pocket is in. Pocket is in. Here we go. Pocket is in. Okay. So where is everyone that's sewing along? Are you all ready to go on to put in the zipper, the fly front zipper? All right. So we're going to put in the fly front zipper. Now that we've finished both front pieces, as I mentioned earlier, you do have to finish both front pieces in order to move on to that step. And so in doing so, the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to take both front pieces and you're going to put them right sides together. So both front pieces, right sides together. So this is what it should look like. So these are both pieces right sides together. If I open them, I'm looking at the right side of each of those pieces. And so this is what it looks like when you have them right side together. You're going to have them look like this. And then we are going to stitch the front sections together at the center front between the large dots. So let me just show you what I mean by that, by using this pattern piece. So this is the center front piece, and you are literally taking, this is one of the, I don't know if you can see that. I don't know if you can see that, but I'm going to show each of you first. But anyway, there is basically a dot right here. And then I took it down to where I put my notch. So this little piece right here is where you're going to stitch together. You're doing the fly now. Okay, wonderful, Teresa. Wonderful, Aura. So we're in the same place. So basically you're going to do a stitch in that little front section. And I'm just going to pin it first, and then I'm going to stitch it in between that little section. Between the large dot and the notch. Sorry, I said between two large dots. It's between the large dot and the notch is where you are stitching it. So here is my notch. And so anyway, between this dot and this notch, I think I said that. And let me just show you over here, between this dot and this notch, you're basically doing a stitch along the two pieces. So here I'm just pinning. That's my notch, and then I'm just going to do a stitch there, 5/8 of an inch. Again, right sides together, and then you are doing a 5/8 of an inch. You're doing a stitch between that notch and the large dot. And let me just see. So I'm going to move this up just a teeny bit. All right, here we go. All right, so once you do the first step, which is to stitch the front sections together between the large dot and the notch, then you're going to turn in the left front opening edge along the fold line. So in this case, because we're putting in the zipper front, you're treating the right side of the pants and the left side of the pants differently. And so this is another thing you want to mark, if you can, what's the right side and what's the left side. So so in my case, I didn't mark it, but I'm going to mark it now. Got to get my chalk. And what Lindsay did on her video is she actually kind of clipped into that a little bit. So you will have, and you could probably see this on here because it's white, but this right here is that line right here, this is that left front, this is that fold line. So you're going to basically turn that piece in and you're going to press it. And she actually did like a little cut there, but it doesn't tell you to do that. But in her video, she does kind of cut this piece a little bit. So I guess the one part that needs to fold in folds in. But basically at that fold line on the left side only, you're going to fold it in and you're going to press it. So I'm doing that right now. I have folded it in. I didn't clip it, but I am going to fold it in and I'm going to press it. Again, only on the left side are you doing that. And then so once you do that, then you're going to place the closed zipper face up. So we're putting basically our zipper in on this one side. So here's my zipper. Hi, Miss Nikki. How are you? All right, here's my zipper. So I'm using a regular zipper, not an invisible zipper. Because of the fly front, you're not going to see it. So I did not use an invisible zipper. So the other thing that I am going to use is I am going to use zipper tape. I think, okay, so I think I'm using zipper tape. Had some zipper tape that I already had open, but I don't know what I did with it, so we're going to open up some more zipper tape. Okay. I'm going to use zipper tape. I have been using it a lot lately with my zippers, and I really like it. And I'm sad that I can't find my other zipper tape, the one I already opened, but oh well. So we are going to take the closed zipper, and you will need a zipper foot for this section because we're going to use that zipper foot to stitch down our zipper. So you're going to place that closed zipper face up. So I'm going to put this to the side. So let me back up for a minute. so I can make sure I'm giving the right instructions. So once you fold that, the left side of the pants on the fold line, you're going to turn the pants onto the right side facing up. So wrong side facing down, right side facing up. And then you are going to put the zipper, you're going to place that closed zipper face up under the left front opening edge. So let me make sure that you can see this. So for those that are doing it, so this is the left side of my pants where I've folded this piece. This is my closed zipper facing up, and you are going to put that closed zipper under the left edge. So it says place the closed zipper face up under the left front opening edge, having pressed the edge closed to the zipper teeth and the zipper stop at the small dot. So there is a small dot that's at the top, and you want the zipper front to kind of align with that. And again, because I'm using all black, you might not be able to see it. So what I am going to do is I'm going to use zipper tape to tape this down, and then I'll lift it up so you can see what I'm doing. But before, let me make sure I'm going to cut this piece exactly where it needs to be. And let me move that over there. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put this right on the zipper. It's much easier to do it that way. Okay. I'm putting this zipper tape down. So I like the zipper tape because it makes it so much easier, I think, to get your zippers on. I got this zipper tape from Wawak, and it is, I love it. It is the Hyper Stick double-sided vinyl leather basting tape is what it's called. And it works like magic. So once you stick it down, if you're using zipper tape, once you stick it down, you kind of have to like score it or scratch it off, and then you can take off the other side, which will allow both sides to basically be sticky. So now the tape is on, and then I'm going to lay it down and put let me just look at this really quick. Okay. So I just want to make sure I line up that zipper top. All right, so I pinned it down. So now I'm gonna just pressing this on here. And then I'm gonna show you what I did to the best of my ability, because again, I'm using all black, so it's gonna be hard to see. But let me show you. All right, so here is the front side of the pants. Front of the pants, and I'm going to show this twice. This is the front of the pants. This is the piece that I folded. I folded it so you could see where it's folded, and I pressed it back. I basically took the zipper and I taped it down on the front underneath basically to that folded part, so that you are looking at the right side of the zipper when you are looking at the front of the pants, if that makes sense. So, and this, for these folks that might not have seen that, this is the front of the pants that you're looking at right now. This is the front of the pants. And on the left side, that part that you folded down, I basically took the zipper, made it facing up so that, again, when you're looking at the front side of the pants, you're seeing the front of the zipper. And I used zipper tape to tape it down to that folded part. So I pushed it from underneath so that, and I lined it up so that it's very close to the zipper edge, if that makes sense. Let me know if anybody has any questions about that. So once you do that, then you are literally going to baste close. You're going to baste close that zipper just to that folded part. You're going to basically zip it down. I mean, stitch it down, baste stitch it down to that folded edge. Yes. Okay. So that's what I'm about to do now. Again, I use my zipper tape to kind of hold it in place, and now I'm going to baste stitch it down. All right, there we go. Oh, and I need to, let me change my foot, put my zipper foot on. What is that, 4D? All right, I have it at my thing at 450, 4.5, sorry. My stitch width at 450, and I'm base stitching my zipper. Base stitching it down so it looks like this once I've stitched that part. So you can see it is basically stitched down only to that part that you folded under. That's where it's stitched down to. Okay, so that gets us to the fourth step. So the fourth step is that you are going to stitch the left fly sections together. So you have two piece 12s. One of them you would have interfaced, and if you haven't interfaced it, you'll want to interface it now. So one will be interfaced and one will not be interfaced. And so here's your one piece, and here's your one piece that is not interfaced. And I'm just gonna, and I serged all of these in advance, just cutting off the little serger pieces. And you're gonna stitch those pieces together on the unnotched edge. So you have the straight edge has a notch, has two notches in it. This is the straight edge. You are gonna stitch it basically on the unnotched edges. So around, you're going to put both of the pieces together, right sides together, and you're going to stitch boom, boom, and around this curve. So we're going to do that now. So if you haven't already, again, you want to understitch first. I'm sorry, you want to put your interfacing on first, and then you're going to put right sides together. And then you're going to stitch around on basically boom, boom, and around. So let's all do that. We're going to put the pants to the side for now. Again, you're going to interface one of the piece 12s, and then you are going to stitch on the unnotched edge. Basically, everything that's not the straight part is what you're going to stitch together, right sides together. So I'm just, because I've already interfaced, I am just going to pin these, and then I will be stitching them. And this is your left fly that you are doing this with. And then once you understitch them, you're going to trim them, is what it says to do, that you're going to trim it. I don't know if I'm trimming it. I haven't decided, because if I trim it, then I gotta understitch it again. I mean, I gotta serge it again, and it's not going to really be that much. So I'm conflicted about whether I'm going to cut it or not. I need to see what it looks like. How much is it? Okay, so I've pinned mine, and again, I'm going to boom, 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 5/8 of an inch. I'm going to stitch it. Right sides together. Oh, and I'm going to change my, yeah, I guess I'm going to change my zipper foot. I think I will have to put it back on again, but not a big deal. 10D. Boom. And make sure that you take your stitch width all the way back where it's supposed to be. I left mine at 4.5, so I have to go back and stitch the beginning part again. I don't want it all coming apart. Okay, so once I'll show this side because it's easier. Once you do your 5/8 of an inch stitching, then you are going to turn. So this is where they tell you that you should cut, the extra around. You should cut that, trim it, and then you're going to turn it to the other side. And I might have, even though I didn't really want to cut it, I think I might have to in order to make sure it's not too bulky. But it's going to be on the inside anyway, so I guess I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, so I do need to cut it because it is quite bulky. So I'm going to cut that, trim it down, and then you're going to turn it and we're going to press. So I think I'm only going to cut this one side. Again, when you're trimming it, you want to make sure, of course, that you do not cut into your stitch. Probably easier if you do it on I should have pulled out my little big mat, so then I could just use my rolling cutter. Ooh. Would have took 2 seconds to cut it off. Okay, so I trimmed one, I trimmed the edge with the interfacing. Let me see how, if it's still really bulky, then I'll trim the other edge. And it is not, so I'm keeping it. Okay, so you're gonna turn it and then you're gonna press. You're gonna press it. All right. And let me get my iron out. You could see that. Just going to add another layer of pressing. There we go. It is pretty pressed. And then once you press it, you are going to do a basting stitch down the straight unnotched edge. You'll do a basting stitch. Let me make sure it's basted. Yes, you're going to baste that raw edge. So basically just one side you'll do a stitch. And let me just see, is it 5/8? It is. So we're going to do 5/8 of an inch basting stitch. Of course I didn't do a basting stitch. I did a regular stitch, but it's okay. All right, so there we go. It's closed on that end. All right, so we've done that. So that is step 4, and or D as it is in the instructions. So on step E, basically it says on the inside, we're going to pin that left fly to the left front opening edge over the zipper, matching the notches and small dots, having the inner raw edges even. And then we're going to baste along that previous basting for the zipper. Okay, and it also just reminds you that this upper edge is going to extend beyond the top edge of the zipper, just as an FYI. So you're not trying to line it all up. Somebody like me would do that. Be trying to make the edges of the pants even. It just kind of makes you aware, like, hey, they're not supposed to be even. It's not going to be even. It's going to extend. So again, explaining that piece again. You're going to have turn your pants on so the wrong side is facing up towards you, right side facing down towards the table. You are now going to take this zipper fly, or left fly, I guess I should say, and you are going to place that on top of where we go. You're going to pin it to the left fly. You're going to pin the left fly to the left front opening edge over the zipper. So you're basically pinning it to that same part that you put the zipper in. So if you were to look at it from the front of the pants, you're basically it's going to look like, well, it's going to be extended up a little bit. So it would look like this. So you are pinning it to, let me just turn, so from the wrong side, or the wrong side of the pants, it would look like, make sure I have the wrong side of the pants facing the camera. Okay, so here's the wrong side. This is the left zipper. that we just basted down to that left part that we folded under. So you are going to line up these raw edges, this raw edge to the raw edge of that piece that you folded under over top of the zipper. And you're going to match up there. You should have dots from your pattern piece. And I'll show you the pattern piece in a minute. You're going to line those up and you'll pin that down. And just know that this edge of the zipper fly is not going to be even with the top of the pants. It's going to extend above. If you match it with those dots perfectly, it'll extend above. So again, you're only pinning it to that little folded piece right over the zipper. Right over the zipper is where you're going to pin it. So, and let me just show you before I pin it. I'm going to show you it. So you're going to match, I'll show you the two pattern pieces. So there is, where is it? A dot here. You could see dot here. And then where's the zipper fly piece? There is a dot, a little marking there and a marking there. So you're going to be kind of matching. If you match those up, here it is. So if you match it up, oh, that's the wrong way. Well, either way, if you match it, it'll extend above. It will extend above a little bit. And Lindsay talks about that in her video, but I also just want you to be aware as well. So I'm going to pin it. And then after we pin it, we're going to baste along that same basting line. That same line, you're going to baste along that line again. So again, for the right side facing down, you're going to take this piece and you are going to line it up with just on that folded edge. So you're basically going to be covering the zipper. And you're going to pin it down first. And then we're going to baste it. Lining up those raw edges. Also, just move mine down just a teeny bit. So the one reason I did want to use a different color, which I didn't, but is so that you could see it a little bit better. But hopefully I'm showing enough where you're able to see. And I'm just making sure that, okay, that it's lining up enough where I'm able to stitch it without stitching over the actual zipper itself. Okay, so just make sure before we do it. So we are step E. On the inside, pin the left fly to the left front opening edge over the zipper, matching the notches and small dots, having the inner raw edges even. And then we're going to baste along that previous basting for the zipper. And then just again, that left fly does extend above the edge. So you can see I have mine pinned and you can see it. This is the edge of the pants right here. And then it does just kind of go above it just a little bit. just a little bit. And then that same line, that same stitch, basting stitch that we use to baste the zipper down, you're going to basically just go over that same basting stitch again. That's basically what you're going to do. And let me make sure. And let's see. And we're going to do another basting over top of that. If I can get this off my... Here we go. Okay, so here we go. I am adjusting my width to 4.5. And now I'm doing a basting stitch. I should have probably put these pins on the other side. I did not. All right. Let's see. All right, Teresa, thank you for joining. I cannot wait to see your finished pants. Cannot wait to see them. All right, so now we're on the 6th step. Again, we're putting, right now what we're focusing on is we are putting in the fly front zipper. We've done basically the left side, and now we're moving on to step 6, which is on the outside. Using a zipper foot, we're going to stitch close to the press edge of the front through all the layers. And that is, so let me just show you what it's going to look like. So basically, we are stitching down this front part right here. Literally, so this is the front of the pants, and you are doing a stitch basically right down this front part of the pants. Yes. I'm just checking it for myself. So we're basically doing a stitch down this front part on the front side of this. So we've done basting stitches up till now, and we are now gonna stitch it onto this. So make sure I show this. So stitch going down here through all the layers. Again, stitch going from here down through all the layers. And let me just make sure it is on the outside using a zipper foot, stitch close to the press edge of the front through all the layers. Yes. Okay. So that is what we're doing now. And I did open mine. Does it say open it? Nope, it doesn't, but I opened it because it just makes it easier. And I'm not using a zipper foot because I didn't use an invisible zipper, and I can get pretty close with this edge foot that I'm using. And I'm just making sure that I am actually going to So I'm just doing basically like a top stitch is what this feels like. Oh, guess what? I need to do it again. Hey, Tony. I did not change my stitch, so I need to redo it, but because I kept it at a so I'm going to redo this again and take it down to a 2.5. Yeah, you know what? I am going to switch also to a zipper foot because I realized that with the zipper, I can't get as close as I want to get because the little zipper pull is in my way. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. All right. Okay. You can't really see it, but it is basically a nice little stitch that goes down this end. And then let me show you on this side. There's like a nice little stitch that is right there. Let me just see if I can adjust this light so you can see better. Again, stitch right there. Okay. All right, so we just finished step F, and it says basically edge finish the outer edge of the right fly facing. So the right fly facing is piece number 11. So let me find that piece. So this is another piece that you needed to interface. So this is piece number 11. And so it's interfaced. There's just one single piece. You're interfacing on one side, and here's the other side. So it is telling us to edge. It says edge finish the outer edge of the right fly facing, and then pin the fly facing to the right front open edge, matching the notches and the large dots. And then we're going to stitch ending at the large dot and then trim. So there is this outer edge. First step is that we are going to edge finish. which I did a serge on it. So it's as finished as it's going to be because I chose to serge it. And so then the next step that I'm going to do is I'm going to pin the fly facing to the right front opening edge. So I'm going to pin this to the right front opening edge. So we've been working on the left side this whole time, and now we're going to work on the right side. So you're going to have your pants right side facing up. You're going to take after you finish it, you're going to take your right fly front and you're going to put it face down to the right side of your pants, and you are going to then pin and you're going to stitch down the straight edge. You're going to stitch from the edge all the way down to the end of the straight edge. And so let me just, for those that are on TikTok, let me just move this down so you can see it a little bit better. But basically you're lining your right sides together. You're going to put it on the right side of your pants. You're going to line up those edges, and then you're going to do a stitch down the straight edge of the pants of the right fly. Again, you should have a dot at the end, and so you'll want to stitch straight down to that dot. And I'm just going to make a marking for myself. So I'm going to stitch straight down to that marking, 5/8 of an inch. And again, we're going to match up those edges, and then we're going to stitch straight down. So I'm going to pin it first, and then we'll stitch. So the other thing too is that, again, you have one pattern piece, but the right and the left side are different. So this right here, this pattern, this little area right here is only for the right side, just like this fold line only applies to the left side. This only applies to the right side of the pants. So you just have to remember that, because you might have both of those markings on both sides of your pants when you transferred your markings. Like me, I just transferred all of them straight across, but you have to know that because the pattern will tell you one is only applies to the left side of the pants and one only applies to the right side of the pants. And I have to redo mine because all the pressing that I did, all the steam, it kind of wiped away all of the chalk. Okay, so I have pinned down this piece. So now I'm going to just do that stitch at 5/8 of an inch, stopping at that dot. And you're going to line it up again with the edge of your pants. And if you need to, you just want to make sure that you do not stitch up, because again, you have those pants stitched together at that point. You want to make sure that when you're going down to the dot, that you do not go over. So I'm actually going to have to stop a little bit before the dot because of where my pants actually connect, but it's pretty close, but it's pretty close. But I want to make sure that, again, I don't stitch over the left side where the zipper is actually connecting. So 5/8 of an inch, right side, right zipper fly on the right side's facing. You're going to stitch along that straight from the top all the way to the dot, making sure that you do not stitch over the left side when you get closer to that dot at the end. We're making good time. It's only 9:30. We are making great time. And I just need to redo this edge. Okay. So here is what it will look like on the right side. I'm going to show you from the front of the pants. So this is what it would look like from the front. That right side, that right zipper fly on there. Okay, so now we are, let's see, we are to step G, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And it just basically tells us to, oh, we already did the edge. We actually already did this. So we pin the fly facing to the right front. And now we are step 8, which is to understitch the fly facing and then turn the facing to the inside. So we are going to understitch. So when you stitch this on, you have this seam allowance and you are going to understitch that seam allowance onto the fly facing. So here's the inside and you're going to take this as the seam allowance. You're going to basically press it and then you're going to do an understitching to stitch it down. So I'm going to press mine now and then I'm going to stitch it down on there. We are doing great. We're making really good progress. I think anyway. I think we're making great progress. So again, I'm just pressing this down. Make sure I don't. All right. And I pressed it down. And then this is what it looks like on the inside. And then I'm going to literally do a stitch that goes straight down, stitching this seam allowance onto the zipper fly. On the right side. And it gets a little tricky as you get closer to that edge of it because you got the zipper pull, but you just have to be careful. All right, there we go. You can't see it, but there is that little stitch that is there on that side. Okay, so we're almost done. We got a few more steps left. So it tells us we are going to lap right front over left, matching the centers and base close to edge through the thickness. So let me see what that is. So basically what it's telling us is they want us to kind of baste close the front of the pants. So you're gonna Now, when are we going to put the zipper on? Let me just make sure we didn't skip anything. Under stitch. Okay, turn facing to the inside, which we've done. Okay, I've done that, but I'm going to press it. So when it says turn the facing, so you kind of were like that, and now you're going to turn that facing to the inside. So you're looking at the wrong side of my pants, and this is that facing we just stitched on. So you're going to turn to the inside, and then you should press it so it stays. So I'll do that. I'm going to press it, and then matching center space close, do all the thickness, pin the left fly out of the way, open out the fly facing, and pin the remaining zipper tape to the fly facing. Okay, so it's telling us that we are going to basically baste close. So you're gonna put your pants right side facing up, and you're gonna baste close this so that it looks like the pants are closed. You're going to just do a basting stitch across that top, closing the pants. And Lindsay did do this in her video. You do want to make sure that that is truly a basting stitch because you will be taking it out. It's just to close it to make sure that when you put the other zipper piece on, that it is that you're stitching it in the right, to the right place. So you're just going to do nice. And if I remember correctly, I think she actually hand stitched this piece on, if I remember correctly. If I remember that video, I think she actually hand basted it close. So I'm going to just pull this down a little bit so I can pin this better. So I'm just basically closing the pants as if it was like perfect, closed like as if it was button close. And I'm pinning it, and then I'm going to just do a basting stitch across the top of the pants, the waist of the pants. And let me see. Base close to the edge through all the thickness. I'm just making sure before you do anything. Let me just make sure. Oh, okay. All right, now I get it. So let me re-explain it, make sure we're all on the same page. So what it's telling us to do is basically pin across the top as if the pants are closed. And you can't really see my two sides, but this is my two sides of the pants. This is one side and this is the other, but one side is not attached to the zipper, so that's why it looks this way. So you're basically gonna, and then it's saying to do a basting stitch over top, down, not across, but down the pants. You're doing a basting stitch down right here. And then and we're doing that basically again to make sure the pants are lined up perfectly before we stitch the other side. So let me just make sure. Lap the right front over the left. So again, this is the front side over the left, the right front over the left front. And matching the center, base close to the edge through all the thickness. So we're doing that basting stitch close to this edge right here. This is the edge of the right side. We're going to do a basting stitch down through all the thickness. And then it says we're going to pin the left fly out of the way, open out the fly facing, and then we're going to pin the remaining zipper tape to the fly facing, because remember at this point only one side of the zipper is attached to the left side. So we still need to attach the other side. So again, you're gonna close or lap over the right side to the left side, lining it up. And I put 2 pins in the top to keep mine lined up. And then I'm gonna do a basting stitch close to the edge, basically keeping this right side close to the left side, just down this zipper. So let's do that first, and then we'll do the next step. And before I do that, I'm actually going to just press it. Okay, and now I am gonna do my, oh, let me take off this zipper foot, put on my regular foot. All right, now I'm gonna do that basting stitch. Close to the edge. All right, here we go. I'm just making it a little bit bigger because I know we're going to be taking it out, and I want it as easy as possible to come out. All right. So here is that basting stitch that we just put in. Again, closing that completely. And now I could take out these pins because I was just using that to hold it in place. And now it's saying, okay, now that we did that, now we are going to pin the left fly out of the way. So I'm gonna turn it onto the wrong side facing down. This is, remember, our left fly is the one that extends over. We're gonna move it out of the way. So once you move it out of the way, again, we're moving this one out of the way, then it kind of opens it up and you can see the zipper, particularly the other side that we did not pin down or we did not stitch down. It's not pinned or stitched down. So we're moving the left fly out of the way. This is the left side. I'm just gonna put a pin in it so it's moved out of the way. That's it. I moved it out the way. And then we are, where are we at? Okay, move it out the way. We're opening out the fly facing. So we'll open out the fly facing, which is this. So we're opening it out, meaning that the other side of the pants, you don't want to zip that down. We're just zipping the fly. We're just going to be stitching the fly facing the right side to the zipper. So we got to open it out because it's flush against the pants. We're moving the pants out the way. The right side of the pants out the way. Moving out the way. Okay, so where are we at? So we moved the left fly out of the way. We opened out opened out the fly facing, which is the right side. We're going to pin the remaining zipper tape to the fly facing. And then keeping the right front free, meaning the right front of the pants. We're not stitching it down. We're moving that out of the way. And then using a zipper foot, we're going to stitch it in place close to the zipper teeth. and along the center zipper tape. So ultimately what we're doing here is we are taking this open edge of the zipper and we are pinning it down and then stitching it down to the right side or the right fly facing, which is this side. So you got to make sure that you move the pants out of the way when you do that. And yes, you got to move the pants out of the way. So the only thing you're doing is stitching the zipper, the right side of the zipper to the right side of that fly facing. And so I'm going to use again my zipper tape. So I'm going to take a little piece of this just to make sure that once I get it down, it is down. So I'm just kind of measuring it out. And then I'm going to cut it. I love this zipper tape. Again, it's so just works so well. And I'm going to just put it right on this front. Ugh, it's so sticky too. So I'm putting it on the front of the zipper because that's the part that I'm going to be attaching the front of the zipper facing. Zipper tape, I should say. Because that's the part I'm going to be facing the fly facing on the right side. And again, I'm scoring it, and then I'm going to peel the tape off. I'm just cutting off the excess. All right. Now that I've gotten that, I'm going to basically take this piece off and I'm going to move my zipper out the way and I'm going to basically all right, so I have now used my zipper tape to fasten it, and then the next thing you're going to do is, again, you're moving the pants out the way so that you're only stitching the zipper down to this facing. And so you are going to stitch as close as you can to the zipper teeth without going into the zipper teeth. You're going to basically stitch down this little part. So the zipper is attached to this on the right side, and you're going to do a stitch down as close as you can to the teeth. So you do need to use your zipper foot for that. So I'm putting my zipper foot back on, hopefully for the last time. I think we're done with the zipper after this, and we can move on to the next step. All right, here we go. My zipper foot on. And I feel like I should be able to just, oh, I can't unzipping it because guess what? We just stitched that all closed. Okay, again, make sure your pants are out of the way. You should only be stitching the zipper to the zipper fly on the right side. All right, here we go. And make sure also that you adjusted your stitch width back down to a normal stitch width, because this is not a basting stitch. This is a regular stitch. But if you need to do a basting stitch to make sure that you have it where you want it, you can definitely do that, but it does not have to be a basting stitch. Okay. All right. So once you do that, then, okay, where are we? So I stitched it down. It looks no different than what was this zipper tape, but now I have a stitch that is there. And let me see. Okay, H, understitch, turn facing to the inside. Which I think we did that. Yes, we did. Okay. J pin. Okay, we did that. So turn facing down on outside, stitch around the front along the stitch line. Okay. So when is it telling us to remove that basting stitch? Keep left fly free. Turn back in place. Okay. So basically what it's telling us to do right now is, remember I said that that little curved stitch line, this only goes on the right side. Basically, we're going to do a stitch along this line. So if you didn't transfer this over, you might want to transfer it over. It'll make it easier to do that kind of top stitch on the right side only. And what you're doing is you're literally stitching down this piece to the right side, but from the outside of the pants, so that you're going to have basically a top stitch in place. So again, this would be a good time if you did not transfer that piece, or you only did it on the one side. In my case, it came off because of ironing the pants so many times. So I am going to transfer that again. I'm going to just, which will take 2 seconds to do. So I'm going to transfer it over, and then I'm going to do that top stitch again. You gotta make sure you turn it the right direction. Okay, here we go. And I'm just lining this up with the edge, and then I'm going to take my little, when I find them, what I did with them. Oh, here it is. And I'm just going to out the way, and I'm just going to show you what I did, which is just, it's not neat, but I transferred this over, and I am literally going to do a top stitch, and that is going to pin this right side fly facing. It's going to basically make it one with the pants leg. So that is what you're doing for that part. And that is step K. And again, you want to make sure that your left fly face is still out of the way because you don't want to stitch that over. And before you stitch it, it also might be helpful to just pin it down, pin the right fly facing to the right pants. So that way you can make sure that you are actually pinning it down. And this is a top stitch, so you want to make sure that it is, you know, as neat as you can make it because you're going to see it. You will see it. So I'm just pinning now to make sure. And you just, again, want to make sure that as you do this, that you are actually getting that right fly facing, that you don't make it too wide and then you don't get the right fly facing attached to the pants. All right. So I am going to change this out again and put my edge foot in just to make sure I can make a perfect, or as perfect as possible. So that's the only thing about this part. You definitely have to, ouch, change your foot out a little bit, a couple times. And actually, you know what? Now that I have this pen, I'm actually going to turn it on this side and do it. Just to make sure. Okay. And I'm just taking my time because I want it to be as neat as possible. I'm going to have to take one of my pins out because it is really close. I'm actually going to take two of them out. I'm going to try. All right, there we go. And then I'm doing quick little back stitch. And that's it. Okay. All right. So now I have done the top stitch. You can't see it all that good, but you can see it a little bit. Let me just show you over here. You see that little top stitch. So, all right, now we've gotten that in. So I basically stitched this zipper fly, right zipper fly to the, and I'm gonna cut this little piece off right here. I'll be extra careful. This is when you make a mistake and you cut through your pants. Okay, there we go. So it is, as you can see, it's stitched down to the pants. Okay, so now we have done that. And now it is saying to us to turn the left fly back in place on the inside, hand tack the fly and facing together at the lower edge as shown, and then trim away the excess. So here is the left fly. So it's basically saying at this bottom piece, they want you to do kind of a hand stitch to stitch them both together. Stitch this right and left side at this lower bottom edge to hand stitch it together. That is really that's the next step to do that piece. I'm just going to press mine, and now when are they telling us to take out that? Are they telling us to take it out yet? I think okay, with right sides together, pin the flap. At some point we got to take out this stitch, and I think it's now. I think it is now, because basically the zipper is in. So that hand tack part, I'm taking it out now. I feel it doesn't say that, but I believe that. Yes. So it doesn't say it, but there's really no reason to keep it still in. So I am taking it out right now. Again, I'm just taking out that, just so we can make sure that the zipper is all good in there with no problems. So at this point, we should be done with the zipper. I'm just taking out these basting stitches, and hi, Cynthia. Okay. I got most of it out. All right, it is out. All of it's out. And look at that. Okay, it's done. So I just unzipped it. And this is what it looks like from the front. This is what it looks like from the front. So this is the right zipper side, and the facing, this is the left. So I still have to do that hand stitching at the bottom. I'm debating whether I'm going to do it or not. But And this is what it looks like zipping up. So this is the front of the pants, basically all done for now. Front of the pants are done. Zipper is in. And then I'll pick out all those little stitches and press the front. But we are basically done with the front of the pants. This is what it would look like. Make sure. I'm just going to use this clip so that I don't have to keep holding it. Boom. And boom. So this is the front of the pants, what it would look like. Pockets are in. Zipper is in. And we are pretty much almost done with the front. Now we do have a pocket. This is a pocket that we have. So I'm going to put these pants to the side, over to the side a little bit, and we're going to work on this pocket. So basically with right sides together, we're going to pin the flap, or this pocket. They call it a flap in the instructions. We're going to pin them together, having the raw edges even. And then we're going to stitch around basically the edges, leaving this top part open. So again, you're going to put right sides together. So I have my two pieces right side together. I'm going to stitch around here, 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 and here. And we are leaving this notched edge open. And so there is a notch. Let me see, where's mine? There is a notch on one of these, and apparently I didn't transfer that, so I'm about to do it right now. At least I'm about to cut a little piece in here. All right, there we go. And then you have two. Make sure I didn't put these dots on here. Nope, I didn't. Okay. So you have two and I'm going to do it on the other side too. All right. So you have two dots that you're carrying over, and then one notch, which I just put in. Okay, so right sides together, you are going to stitch around boom, 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 and boom. And I'm not changing my thread for this because the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to trim those edges, and then we're going to turn it, and we are going to turn and then press. So you won't see this black stitching. So 5/8 of an inch. You're going to stitch that pocket. Thank you, Miss Tata, for the roses. I appreciate you. All right. And now we're going to trim those edges. So you can see I stitched that. Now we're going to trim these edges off. Excuse me. We're going to trim. And we're going to turn it. We're going to trim and we're going to turn. So that's what it should look like once you turn it. And then we are going to press and we're going to baste the raw edge. Now, they do have a buttonhole in this that you can put in. Again, this is a faux coin pocket, so you can put a little buttonhole in this. But for right now, we're going to baste the raw edge. So that open edge, we're going to baste it. And I am going to do, then it tells you that you can do an optional top stitch to it, which I am going to do because I like the way it looks. You know what? I think I'm going to do that top stitch in black just because, so it could be contrasting. We're going to try it out. Hopefully it works. It looks good. So I'm actually not going to change it. I just thought about that. We're going to do it in black. We're going to see what happens. Worst case scenario, if it doesn't look right, guess what we'll do? We will take it out. So I'm going to baste the top, the raw edge closed. And then I'm going to do that top stitch. Okay, so I basted the raw edge closed, and now I'm going to do a top stitch in black all the way around. The button is going to be black, so hopefully it looks great. We'll see. So I'm putting it back at 2.5, and we're going to see what it do. Got to get it right when you're doing such a contrast like this. Got to get it right. All right, let's see. So this is going to be down, so like that. So let's see. That's how it looks. If it doesn't look good, I'm going to pick it out because I'm not going to let it destroy my thing. Okay, so then the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to put in a buttonhole. We're going to put a buttonhole in this. I'm debating if I want to do a buttonhole. You know what? I'm not going to do a buttonhole, but I am going to put a button on here. I don't need a buttonhole to put the button on. I am going to put a button on. I'm either going to put that button on or I have this button, which I actually like better because it's bolder. And so, but we're going to see which one. And I don't need a buttonhole to do that. So I'm going to put a button on, but we're not doing a buttonhole. Don't need a buttonhole. But It says it's optional. You can do it. And now would be the time to do it because it'll be much easier to do it now than when you attach it to the pants. And so what you are going to do is with your front pair of pants, you are going to attach this to the right. Let me see, is it the right front? Yes. So the right front of the pants is where you are going to baste this on. It's going to actually line up with the front of the pants. It's going to line up with the very front of the top of the pants. So you're going to basically baste it across that top part of the pants. So I'm actually just going to clip this. So you just want to make sure that, and if you need to do that, repress or realign your pleats in the front so that you don't mess them up as you're sewing this or basting this pocket on. You shouldn't have too much of an issue, but just in case, you want to make sure. And then you are going to line that pocket up with the top on the right side. I'm just going to pin this. And you're going to baste right across the top of it. So here it is on mine on the right side. I'm just going to do a basting stitch right across the top. And that is that. And then I am going to attach the button, but I will do that probably once I figure out which button I want to use. Probably off camera later. I'll attach the button. For now, we're going to baste across the top of here. All right, so this is what it looks like. There it goes. That's the little coin pocket. Again, I am gonna put a button there, and this top part you won't see because it will be covered. And then whether I keep this stitching in, we'll see how it looks at the end. But I may end up taking it out. Okay, so we are done with the front of the pants at this point, and we're moving on to the back part of the pants. And the first step for the back part of the pants is to, oh, let me see. I got a question. Sorry. Let's see. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that. Thank you. The pattern is, so Cynthia asked, how's the pattern going? Pattern is going really good. We're just moving along the steps. The zipper fly did take a little bit of time because it's a lot of steps to putting it in, and I don't do them all the time. This is probably only the second zipper fly that I've ever done, but the instructions are really good. And Lindsay did do a video that really supports it. So if you do make this again later, that you have that video, you also have this video, which will be on my YouTube and on Facebook. You can access it to go through the instructions, but the instructions, the directions and the instructions are pretty good. So between that and the video, you should be able to do it, but it does take a little bit of time. So we literally spent probably the last hour doing the zipper fly. But it's going pretty good. And let's see, what else? So you said, oh, okay. So, or you said you skipped the buttonhole. Yeah, I'm skipping it too. I'm gonna skip it. You say you think the top stitch will look good with the black button. I'm hoping, Angela, that it does look good with the black button. But I'm skipping that buttonhole. I feel like I don't need it. It's not going to really add that much to it. Now, maybe if I did it in a black stitching, it probably would look good. But I'm stepping out of my comfort zone with that, with that piece. So I don't want to. Once you put that buttonhole in, the level of stitching, it's no picking that out without really damaging your fabric. So I'm going to skip that. If I was going to do it, I probably would have did it on a piece of scrap fabric first just to see how it would look. And I did not do that. So I'm not going to test it out on my final garment. So Peach said, what type of fabric am I using? So for the pants itself, I'm using 100% cotton. When I bought it, it said it was linen-like, but it is 100% cotton. And then the contrasting fabric is a cotton blend. It's a cotton blend. So those are that's what I'm using. It has very little stretch to it. So, okay. So those I think are all the questions. Yeah, Angela said, I would skip the buttonhole. Yeah, I think the buttonhole is, you're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. Okay, so now we are on to the back part of the pants. And like the front, I did one of the pants legs, like the front. So one of the back pants. So I'm going to show you what I did. So the first step is you are going to put, there are 2 pleats that you are putting in the pants. Here's the pants. You are putting 2 pleats in. So this is what you're looking at is the back or the inside of the pants. So there's 2 darts that you're putting in. They're side by side darts. And this is what it looks like when you have put them in. And then we are also going to put in a welted pocket in there. But the first step is to put the 2 darts in. And then you want to make sure that you transfer your welted pocket. So I've put my 2 darts in and I did transfer my welted pocket, which I'm going to do online. I've already done one of the pants and now I just have to do the other pants. Now here is, so I did do, my welt is a contrasting fabric. So you can see how this how it looks. This is my welt. Well, not as perfect right there, but it's okay. And the pocket is completely done. So, and it does go over the darts. So you're literally going to put the darts in and then you're kind of cutting over them. So the welted pocket goes over the darts. So this is the outside and this is what the inside looks like with the pocket. So you can see I when I stitched it down, I used the contrasting fabric, but I don't know that I needed to do that because honestly, you can't see it. So I probably won't switch threads. Hi, Lala. Thank you. Thank you so much. But yeah, so this is what it looks like. One pants leg is finished. One back pants leg. Thank you. So we're going to go on to the other. So the first step again is to put those darts in. And then the next step is we're going to cut across. So you have this, you should have this, the outline for the welted pocket. The first step is that you are going to do a stitch. Did I do that? I feel like I did. Okay. You're going to do a reinforcement stitch around the edge of this. So you're going to basically take a stitch and just go all the way around that welted pocket. And then once you finish that, you are going to cut you should carry over a line in the center of that, and you're going to cut across the center of that welted pocket. And so you should have a line that you would have transferred over. And so what I'm going to do, which is easier, is I have my big mat on the floor over here next to me. I'm just going to take my roller and just slice right down the middle, because that is what I did with the first one, and it's going to work for the second one. So I'm just going to do that really quick. Okay. The other thing I would say too, and I didn't do it, but this part right here, it doesn't hurt to put some interfacing on it right here just to reinforce this part of your pants, where you're going to put the welted pocket in. I didn't do that, but I'm just recommending it because I do think it's a good idea to do that. So once you cut across, again, you're going to have this like nice little opening here, right? It should fall right in the middle of your welted pocket. Then you are also going to cut out the little diagonal piece. So you're going to make sure you do a clip right here. If you could see this, oh, let me make sure I turn this way so you can see. So it's like a little triangle. You're going to cut out one little edge and one little edge. Again, making sure that you don't go beyond the edge of this. So you, again, one here, one here. So I'm going to do that now. Come on. So just to kind of recap, again, you're going to do a reinforcing stitch around this box. So just stitch around the box. Then you're going to take and cut along that center line. So you should have transferred the center line. You're going to cut across that. And then you're going to cut out the edges, kind of like that triangle on each end. That's what you should have done or would be doing at this point. Then once you do that, you are going to get piece number 15, which this is your welt. What is it called? It is it your welt? Yep, it's your welt. And you are going to fold it right sides together. So this is my piece folded. I'm folding it right sides together. And you are going to do a, you're going to fold it. There's a, what they call a fold line, but basically it's folding it in half. So this is your fold line right here. You're folding it in half. And then you are going to baste the raw edge closed. So you're going to just basically do a basting stitch on that raw edge. And I think, yes, that is, I think, where I changed my fabric, because I can't remember if you can see that or not. Yeah, I don't think, I'm trying to, let me look at this one. I'm trying to avoid changing my fabric if I don't have to. I mean, my thread, if I don't have to. I'm trying to see, did I think I did change it. No, not that. Here we go. Did I? Oh, I can't. Oh, yes, I can. Nope, you can't see it. So I'm not going to change it. So I'm just doing my basting stitch here. All right, so again, you're folding it in half along the fold line, and then you're doing a basting stitch along that. And this is kind of crooked. I'll make it again. I don't know why it turned out crooked, but then I'll make it again. There we go. All right, so once you fold this and then you kind of baste close the open edge, then you are going to place the seam line along the lower stitch line. All right, so here's your pants. And we're working on the right side of the pants. So put your right side of your pants facing facing up, and then you're going to take basically this seam line, so that stitch line that you did, you are basically going to line it up with the lower stitch line. So I'm just going to, so here's your pants. Remember, you did that box around it. That lower stitch line, that line that's at the bottom of your box, you're going to take the seam line, so that stitch that you just did, and you're going to line it up with the lower, lower stitch, basically. Those two stitches are going to be lined up. So this one stitch and the bottom of that, the stitch that you created, the bottom of that reinforcement stitch, that bottom stitch, those are going to be lined up with each other, is what's going to be happening. So that's what I'm about to do now. I'm about to pin. You're going to pin it on there. Again, on the right side. You're doing that on the right side. So I'm just picking out the second one that I put in. And once you pin that, then you're going to do a basting stitch, basically basting this welt onto the pants. You're going to baste it right on top of, again, that lower stitch line. And I'm just taking this out because I feel like I don't want it to show if it does, if it ends up showing, and it might. Although one of the things I wish that I would have done is I wish I would have put both of these basting stitches in at the same time, so I could know that they are the right, because the part that's exposed is going to be that, you know, this part, and I want to make sure that they are the same width. But, you know, it's not the end of the world if they're not. But what I would say is if you can do them both at the same time, which you will be doing, then you're less likely to have that problem. But because I stitched them both, one yesterday and then doing one now, it might be different. And you know what? Part of me feels like I lined it up with my dots. So I didn't do that just when I did that basting stitch. So my dot is right here and the basting stitch is below it. So maybe I'll make it a little bit higher, because you do use that as a guide. So I'm just going to do it a little bit more. One more time for the road, for good luck, good measure. All right, there we go. All right. Now, pants right side facing up. And you are going to pin, again, that the welt, the seam line to the lower welt. You're going to pin that to that. So we're pinning it now. Just move all this out the way so that you're literally going to stitch it. And one of the ways to make sure it's lined up is to just kind of stick your pin through. And if it's going right into that stitch line, then you know you got it lined up. Oops. So I would stick one pin in and then you know, like, okay, I got it. So those should be, that's basically your guide. Oops. All right, and I just want to make sure. Okay, I'm just doing a little double check. Make sure these are going to be doing it on the right side. Okay, so here's what it looks like. I'm basically, again, on right side to right side. I pin that stitch line on my welt onto the stitch line, that lower stitch line of that little hole that I created on the pants, that little box, the lower one. And now we are going to baste it. We're going to basically do another basting stitch, just following along that same stitch that we did already. And you are also only going to stitch in between. So you have little dots that you should have carried over onto your welt. So it's literally this dot. You're only going to do the stitch between this dot and this dot. So you're not stitching all the way to the end. You're only doing, and they should fall within that welt hole that you created on your pants. So I just want to say that too. You're only stitching in the middle of those dots, which should fall right in the middle of that hole that you created. And again, this is a basting stitch that you are doing. Okay. So I'm actually gonna do it one more time because it's a little bit short. And I'm just gonna make sure that when I do that like that, so just a little bit, just a teeny bit. Again, I want it to be really tight. I don't want it to be loose at that end. So I'm just gonna reinforce it just a little bit more. All right, there we go. All right, very good. Okay, so you have basically done your basting stitch. You stitched this welt, that basting stitch, to the bottom of that welt stitch. So if that makes sense. So this is that bottom, and this is stitched to it from the other side. So let me just show. This is the bottom of the square, that little reinforcement stitch, and you stitch the welt. So that's the inside. This is what the outside would look like so far at this point. All right, so you've gotten that on. Now you are going to, now it says with right sides together, you're going to pin the lower edge of the back pocket. So you also have this back pocket piece. So here's your back pocket piece right here. This is the top of the back pocket piece, and this is the lower edge of the back pocket piece. So you're going to take the lower edge of this back pocket piece. I need to plug in my phone because it's about to die. I think. Uh-oh. No, maybe we're not going to plug it in yet. We're going to wait it out a little bit longer, making sure it's okay. Okay. So you're going to take this is your back pocket piece. You're going to take this lower edge of this back pocket piece, and you are going to pin that lower edge of the back pocket piece to the back over the welt, matching, because so you should have some dots that you would have carried over. These dots, they will match up with the dots, those same three dots that you have on your welt, which would have also been on your pocket piece that you carried over. You would have had all of those there. So you're going to basically take this bottom piece, and you basically are going to line it up with the top of, it's going to line up with the top of the welt. I mean, the top of the welt. So it says over the welt, matching the symbol, stitch along the stitch line between the small dots, trim the welt and the pocket even at the opening edge. So I'm trying to remember, did I do this to the top of the welt? Oh, you know what? See, this is why it's good to have, I did this already, so you can have it as a reference, which is great. Which is great to be able to have it as a reference. So what did I pin it to? I pinned it to uh-oh, don't disappear on me, phone. Don't die on me. Okay, it's still there. I pinned it to the top of the welt or the top of the pocket. This was one of those areas where I had to check the video, and now I'm trying to remember what I did. So it is attached to the top of the welt. Is it the top of the welt or the top of the pocket? It's the top of the welt. Okay, excuse me. So again, the bottom of this pocket goes over, it says right sides together, pin the lower edge of the back pocket to the back over welt matching symbols, stitch along the stitch line between the small dots, and then you are trimming the welt in the pocket even with the opening edge. So you are pinning this bottom piece to the lower edge, to the back over the welt. Okay, it is to the back over the welt. So you're pinning it to the back. All right, we're gonna make sure we're doing this right. This is where it's great to have a video. So I'm just gonna make sure. All right, here we go. Here we go, 20. Because guess what we're not going to do? We are not going to use our seam ripper unnecessarily. All right, here we go. I'm just going to go to that section. Okay, look, I got it right there. All right, she's cutting it. We did that.
If you're a fan of Instacart and Target pickup, then Anytime Mailbox is a great.
There we go. Did that already. Did that. We did that. We did that. Okay, we did that. Okay, here we go, the pocket.
Bottom of the pocket bag, and that's what we're going to attach to the welt. We're going to do it right sides together.
Bottom of the pocket bag.
Dots. So as you can see, I have marks here.
Okay, bottom of the pocket bag to the welt. Okay, so now we got bottom of the pocket bag to the welt, to the top of the welt. Yes, bottom of the pocket bag. Let me just make sure she's doing to the top or to the bottom part, which I think it's to the top. Let me just check something really quick. Because when you turn this, okay, it's going to look like that. I'm just making sure because what we're not going to do is we are not going to be doing this twice. All right, here we go.
I'm going to match it to the marks on the welt.
Okay, but then.
And you can do it the same way that we attach the welt to the pants by sticking it in the mark.
Okay, so we are matching it to the marks, which we've transferred. Okay. All right. Let me make sure. Anybody have any questions? Hey, Terrence. Okay. All right. Thank y'all for hanging. Lord, make sure our cameras don't fall over. Okay, there we go. All right. We good. We saved it. Saved the day. Okay. All right. So you should have these 3 dots on your welt. If you don't, you want to transfer them. And then you should have 3 dots on your pocket. And I'm going to transfer mine because I did not. Here we go. And you're going to align those 3 dots with the dots that are on your welt. And I transferred mine, but some of them are not coming through on this side because they're showing on the other side. So I'm just going to Where's the third one? I think it's right here, but I want to make sure. Okay, so that's one. Oh, nope, it's this way. So that's one, that's two. And here's the third one. That's three. Okay. And here we go. So you are literally pinning this too. So it is going to be on the bottom because that's where it's lining up. All right. So we're pinning, basically you're going to match the dots. That's really the easiest way to kind of direct you, is that you're going to match the dots. There are 3 dots, and the best way to do it is basically stick your pin through and then kind of stick your pin through again, making sure that it goes through that dot so that you're, and really it lines up with the top of the welt. So if you didn't transfer those dots, what I'm seeing, and that's what I think that's what I realized on the other one too. And I think Lindsay actually says it in her video, that it lines up with the top of it, and it does. And so you just want to make sure that when you're stitching it, that you're stitching it basically across so that you are getting the welt and that pocket, but not the top. You don't want to be getting the top part of the welt. You don't want to stitch it to that. You only want to be getting that bottom part. That's the key. Okay, so here's what it looks like attached. The bottom part of that pocket to the welt, but you're still going to have the top part open. So when you stitch across, you're only stitching the bottom part. And you're literally right there stitching basically across that bottom part of the welt. Basically the bottom part of the pocket. This is the only piece that you're really catching in there. So, all right, so now we're going to do that stitching. It is a stitch. So it's not a basting stitch. So make sure that you adjust your width, 2.5 or whatever your standard width is for your stitch. And I am going to now just stitch across. That bottom piece. Make sure. And I want to make sure that. Oop. And I'm just making sure that I don't go too far over. All right. Let me just make sure that that is good. Okay. So you have now stitched the back of your back pocket onto the bottom part of the welt. That is done. And it tells you that you should trim this, trim this top portion across here. You should trim that, is what it's saying. And I'm going to do that. But before I do that, I just want to see. Before I trim it, I just want to see. I like to always make sure it's going to be what I want it to be. So I'm just flipping it on the inside so I could get a real look for, oh yeah, that looks pretty good. Let me just show you. Ah, I love it. So this is what it's going to look like once you flip it to the inside. I still have to stitch it. You can see those little corners there. I have to turn that and stitch it, but that's pretty much what it looks like when you turn it. And this is what it looks like. Again, the bottom part. And this is what you're going to fold. So this is your pocket, your welt. And you're going to fold this up. But anyway, this is what it looks like from the front side. So technically you should be kind of trimming this part down. I'm not going to trim it, but it tells you that you should trim it just so it's less bulky. I'm not trimming it for the record, but you should. And then once you trim the welt pocket, even with the open edge, so again, they want you to kind of trim this piece. Let me show you. This piece down, this extra, just even with this open edge. So you're getting rid of this whole little top piece is what it's telling you to do. You should get rid of that. Then you're going to turn the pocket and the triangular ends. So those ends that you saw sticking out, I'm going to turn it so you can see. Oh, I already turned it. Okay. So you're going to turn it on the inside. So all of that, what we just did, let me just put it back so you can see. Let me turn it. So this is what we stitched. Hold on, here we go. Oh, I gotta put it all back just so I can show you. Okay, so here's what we just did. This is the front of your pants. This is the front of your pants. You stitch the welt on first, then you stitch the back pocket piece on. It aligns with the top of the welt. You've matched up to those 3 dots, which pretty much stitched it to the bottom part of that opening on your pants. So you still have the top part free. Then you're going to take this whole piece and you're going to turn it to the inside. So I'm turning it onto the inside. And you're going to push the edges through. And then you have those those corners, those little triangles. You're going to also flip those to the inside too. And then you get this perfect, look at that perfect triangle. I mean, not triangle, sorry, rectangle. Perfect. So anyway, you're flipping that to the end, all of that to the inside. So now this is, again, the outside of your pants. This is what it looks like. You should flip that little corner in as well. Same thing, a little triangle should also be flipped in. You're going to be stitching those. And then this is what it looks like on the inside now that you flipped all of that over to the inside. And this is, again, the top of your pocket is still facing down at this point. So it says turn the pocket and the triangular ends to the inside, turning welt up over pocket, and then you're going to press all of this. So that from the inside. So now your pants are going to be right side facing down, and you are going to press all of those pieces. So again, those little triangle pieces that you just turned in, that little edge of the welt pocket, you're going to turn those in too, press that down, and you're going to press this whole piece. Hi, Belinda. Thank you. Oh, Morris, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I know look, I'm so excited about this contrast more than I was even before I started as it's coming together. I'm really excited about it. So I am now pressing it. As soon as my iron decides it wants to give me some steam. And let's see, I'm going to make sure that my little triangles are turned on each side. And again, this is where, because this cotton is so thin, this is where it really would have been helpful to have that interfacing on there. We just gave it a little bit of extra support. So if you do this, the interfacing definitely is, it helps. So this is what it looks like now that it's been pressed and those little triangle ends have been turned in. This is what will look like from the outside. So now we're going to finish up the pocket and what you're doing for the pocket. So if you transfer, you'll notice that you have this little rectangle at the top of your pocket, and then you have this little curved part. This top aligns with the top of your pants. So when you are, folding your pants or folding the pocket, you're gonna basically take that top part all the way to the top of your pants. And it tells you, it says, basically you're going to fold that pocket. So you do have a fold line in your pocket, but even if you didn't transfer this fold line, basically what happens is this pocket basically folds. It folds to the top of your pants, and that little curved part aligns with the top of your pants. So you're going to fold it, and then you are going to, with right sides together, you're going to pin that upper pocket opening to the edge of the back pocket, matching the upper stitch lines, and then you're going to stitch along the stitch line between the small dots. So basically you're basically taking your pocket piece, you're folding it over, and you are going to stitch. Oh, do I need to turn this on the wrong side? You are going to stitch. Where am I stitching this? You are going to stitch this top. You're going to, let me see. Right sides together, pin the upper pocket opening edge to the back pocket. Upper pocket opening edge to the back pocket. Oh, and then you're going to stitch this. Let me see what I did on this one. What did I do? This is where it's good to ask you. What did I do? Oh, yeah, okay. So you are basically taking, let me see how I can show you this. The top, this little rectangle piece right here, you're basically stitching the top of this to the top, along this line. So mine is on the inside, so I'm gonna have to transfer this on the outside so I can see where it is. But you're basically stitching along this top piece right here, this top line. You're stitching that to the top of that opening of the welt on the pants. That's basically what you're stitching. So it kind of tells you, hey, fold. Let me do it this way so you can see. So here's your pocket. It's going to line up with the top of this. But here's your top of your rectangle. If you can see this top of the rectangle that you're transferring over. This line right here is going to match up with the top of this opening of your welt, if that makes sense. And you are literally, that reinforcement stitch that you create at the top of that rectangle, you're going to basically be stitching this piece, this line that you created at the top of your rectangle line. You're going to be stitching only to the top of that welt. So you have to fold this back when you put it under the sewing machine. Yes, because you are only stitching across this top. And so just to show you what it looks like on my pants, the ones that I finished, that is this white line that you're seeing here. That, and I can't open it because once you finish that, the next step is to stitch it to the top. So you're stitching it to the top of the pants. So I can't fold it down to show you, but basically you're flipping this down. You're flipping the pants down and you're only stitching the top of this welt, the top of this pocket to the very top of that opening of the welt in the pants. I hope that makes sense. Let me know if you have questions about that piece. Sorry, I got to plug in my other iPad. Oh, it's going to die on me. It's got 10%. Hi, So Happy. Hi, Belinda. If I didn't say hi to you already, hello. Oop, I think I accidentally invited somebody, but it was an accident. Ignore it. Okay. So hopefully that helps, but basically you'll see that this is that contrasting stitch that you see. It literally is the top of that rectangle on your pocket is stitched to, oh, sorry, thank you. It is stitched to your, the top of that welt. So I'm going to do it now, and then I'm going to show you what I did. Well, first thing I'm going to do is pin it so that I can make sure. And I am also going to, I don't think I need to, I think I can just basically, so I'm just pinning this, and then I'm going to stitch right across, only stitching So I'm going to show you this really quick too before I stitch it, because I feel like showing you is easier than trying to explain this piece. I just want to make sure I'm doing it right. Yes, it is. No, that doesn't feel right. Oh, yes, here we go. All right. Lord, thank you. Okay, I'm going to show you. And I'm definitely going to show you so you can see this, but let me pin this first. Now I get it. All right, I'm pinning this down, then I'm going to show this to you. Definitely makes much more sense to show you. Okay, here we go. All right, so let me show you this. So this is the outside. This is the front side of the pants. And this is the back side of the pants. As I mentioned earlier, the top part of the pocket, when you fold it over, it aligns with the top of the pants. Like they line up. But then you have this box that you have transferred over onto the pocket, which I showed you earlier. The top part of that pants, you are going to take, so here's your pants right here. You're going to fold this piece down, this pants piece down, and you're going to reveal this, the top edge of that, the open box that you cut. You're going to fold it down. So here you see me folding it down. Hold on, let me show you. You're going to fold that down, and it's going to reveal that top little half that you haven't attached to anything. You are literally going to stitch that reinforcement line that you created for that top part of that box. You're going to stitch that top opening onto the top line of that box that you had on your back pocket piece. So I don't know if that explains it any better, but ultimately, once you stitch this together, this is what it's going to look like from the front. You're basically kind of taking that open edge of that pocket, and you're enclosing the raw edge, if that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. Or I got you. I definitely got you. So if you're not able to finish, don't worry. It is a lot of steps. And you can definitely come back. Again, you can look at this video, or you can look at Lindsay's video, The Stitch Fits, on YouTube. So she has a video too. So definitely, if you want to tap out, I totally get it. We've been on for quite some time, so I definitely get it. Okay, so that's basically what you're going to do to attach it. So I'm going to basically do a stitch across this top, making sure again that I'm only stitching the top of that opening with the top of this. So I have both of these folded down. So this is the top of the pants kind of folded down, and the top of the pocket is folded down, and I'm literally just stitching across that opening. I'm sorry, the top of the pocket is up, but I'm just stitching across that one piece. So hopefully that helps. You only have your waistband left and hem. Okay, so you are literally you're ahead of me. You are done. I can't wait to see it. So when you get to finish it, I definitely cannot wait to see it. Please tag me. Please post it. Please tag me. I would love to be able to see it. All right, here we go. We are stitching across this top piece. All right, there we go. And that piece is now, there we go. So that piece is now done. I've now stitched it on. It is done. I'm just going to press it. And then we are done with that. Well, then we're going to basically stitch this to the top of here, matching it. So those two, the top of the pocket to the top of the pants. I'm going to do a basting stitch across that, and then that is basically done. But I'm going to press this. Oh no, we're not done. I'm sorry. We got to then stitch around the pocket, and then we are done. So I'm going to press this, and I'm going to stitch around the pocket, and then we are basically done at that point with the pocket. So let me just press this. I appreciate all y'all for hanging in there. It is a lot, but I appreciate you. And so now I'm going to stitch across, stitch the pocket up so that it is closed. All right, one side down, and then I'm going to do the other side. Okay, and then once we've stitched that up, then we're just basically going to stitch across the top. In the seam allowance, just do a basting stitch. All right, now that is done and that looks pretty good. Okay, so now we have put our pockets in, and the next step is that we are going to, let me see, what is our next step? That we are going to stitch the front and back pant together at the inner leg. So we've already gotten our front done. We're going to pull our front back out, and we're going to lay our front down right side facing up. So you want to zipping it up, and you're going to lay your front down right side facing up. Get this out the way so I can lay this down completely. And then we're going to take our back pieces and we're going to lay them on, and right sides facing down. So it's basically right side to right side. So this is one, and here is the other. And we are going to basically match up the inner legs with each other. So the inner leg of each, so the inner leg of the back to the inner leg of the front, we're going to pin or clip those to each other. And I'm going to use clips because it's faster. And I'm going to clip both sides. And then I'm going to go to the sewing machine, and at 5/8 of an inch, I'm going to stitch. Let me just make sure. This is a little bit, I don't have any stretch. It's not 100%, so this one's a little teeny bit off, but I feel like I might be able to make up for it. Which one's shorter? This one. Okay. All right, there we go. All right, one side pinned, and now I'm going to do this other one. Or clipped. Let's clip this. Hi, Brenda. So we are doing pattern 20, Nomi 2053. Here we go. And we're doing the pants. View B is what we're doing. That is what we're working on. And we are nearing close to the end. We're basically pinning the front to the back. So what we have done so far, for those that might just be joining, is we actually have done quite a bit. So we did the front of the pants, which involved putting some pleats in, 2 pleats on each side of the front, pockets in on the front. We've put in a fly front zipper in the front, and we have also did a faux coin pocket in the front. That's all what we did in the front. Then we turned around and we did the back. And in the back, we put in 2 darts on each side, and we put in a welted pocket on each side of the pants. So those are all the things that we have done so far. And now we are putting the front and connecting the front to the back. So I just finished clipping the legs, the inner legs, and now I am about to stitch at 5/8 of an inch the inner leg of each pants. And we're going to do that at 5/8 of an inch. Get out of here. Forgot to adjust it down. It's to 2.5. So I will. So hopefully things should go a little bit faster now, because the steps that we're taking now are pretty, not too involved. Now I'm just going to restitch the beginning of this because I forgot to adjust my stitch width. So I'm just going to stitch the first half of this again. All right, one inner leg done, and down to the next one. On to the next one. So again, at 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. All right. So now we have stitched together both of the inner legs. And so the next step is to stitch this crotch seam together, connecting to the previous stitching in the front. And then they want you to do a reinforcement stitch. So here we are. The crotch pieces. So basically you are connecting the crotch pieces together and you're going to basically line up. Remember that small little stitch that we did in the front, that little teeny between the dot and the notch? You're basically going to finish that by lining up the other crotch pieces, and you're going to go right over to that other piece. So first things first, let us clip or pin it. I promised myself I was going to try to drink more water when I do these lives, because I'll get off here and I'm dehydrated. Okay. And I'm lining up my center seam in the middle so that lines up perfectly. It's nothing we love more than a perfectly lined center seam, lined up center seam. So I'm going to be doing that. Let me just make sure that that is exactly where I want it to be. And I'm going to actually use a pen in here, because why? I know that that's what's going to make it be totally lined up, is to basically stick a pin between both. There we go. And that's going to line it up. Okay, so I have pinned the remainder of this crotch piece. And again, this is where we already did this piece right here. So I'm just going to connect it. That would make the full crotch piece. So here we go. And the pants will be, front and back will be officially connected at this point. All right, here we go. That is all stitched together. And let me see. The next step is to stitch the front to the back at the sides. So we've done that. And now we're going to do the front to the back at the side seams. So you are going to then open up the pants. And you want to open them up so that the right sides are together. So I'm basically opening them up now, and I'm putting it so that the right sides are together. And we are then going to stitch together the side seams. So I'm going to pin first, clip in this case because I think it's quicker. And then we're going to stitch up those sides. So remember, you do need to make sure you open it up and flip it so that your your side seams are together, or your right sides are together. And let me just make sure. Yes, okay. So we're doing the side seams, stitching the front to the back. And you should have like notches that you've cut out that will line up. What time is it? Oh, 11:30. Okay, we're almost there. We are almost there. I don't know what is happening with this piece that this does not want to clip. It's broke, that's why. I'm like, why is this not staying? It's broken. All right. Thank y'all again for all the likes and for all of the roses and the gifts. I appreciate you. I really do. Okay, one side is pinned, and now we are going to pin the other side so that we can just stitch. So here we go. We are now going to pin this other side. Here we go. 1, 2. And I also want to make sure on this side that okay. Just making sure that those pockets are all lined up. And again, just like the other side, you'll have notches that will line up on this side as well. All right. And here we go. Both sides are clipped, and now I'm going to basically stitch the outer part, starting from the bottom of the pants, 5/8 of an inch seam allowance all the way to the top. All right, here we go. So when you get to this pocket, you just want to make sure that you don't create any, you know, bubbles or anything like that with the pocket. Perfect. Okay, one side down and one side to go. Again, starting from the bottom. And 5/8 of an inch is what we're working with. Thank you. Thank you for the likes and thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. All right, here we go. And same thing on this side. Get ready to do the pocket. And we want to make sure that we do not create any bubbles or any, you know, anything that would all right. Both sides are officially together. And I'm just going to turn it inside out so that you can see what it looks like so far. Now we still have to put the waistband on, which we have to turn the pants. Oh, we have to turn the pants right side out for that. So here are the pants without the waistband. So the waistband is black, but here is what the pants look like with those contrasting pockets in the front. And I think once I put the waistband on, you'll be able to see it a little bit better. But once I iron it, press it out so you can see. Let's see if you can see. You can't really see like the seams that much. But this is that little faux coin pocket, which is going to be ultimately, you won't see that top stitching. Here are the pockets. And then this is what the back looks like. With the welted pockets here, boom and boom. We got those there. So came together really well. Here's my seam in the middle. I don't know if you could see that, but it's lined up pretty good. Okay, so there's that. Now we have our waistband. So let me pull that out, which is right here. It's the waistband. So this is another piece that you would have had to interface. And so what it's telling us, oh, well, before we get to that, you do have to do your belt loops, or your what they call carriers. I've already done mine. These pieces, basically you have piece number, I think it's piece number 17. So you're going to cut one of these pieces, and then it tells you to basically fold it under on each edge. So the actual fabric, once you cut this piece, you're going to fold it together on each fold a small, does it say 1/4 inch? Yes, turn in 1/4 inch on each side. And then once you do that, you're going to fold it in half. So basically each end is, you're basically creating a finished edge on each end. And then you're going to stitch along the edge of each end. So once you have it kind of folded in half, with each edge turned in, you're going to stitch an edge stitch along the top and the bottom part. So you're going to end up with a piece that looks like this, but very long. And you're going to cut them at, 3 3/4 inches. So you're going to end up with 4 of them, 4, 3 3/4 inch, 4 pieces. I have a little bit more because I ended up creating 2. But anyway, these are my 4 pieces. So I've already done those pieces. And what it tells us to do is it tells us to basically stitch them on to the edge of, create a basting stitch. Is it a basting stitch? Yes. Along the edge of the, in the seam allowance of our top of our pants. You're going to basically, and there was a dot that you would have carried over, one on the front. So it's basically if I use my own pants as a guide, you're going to put one right here. You're basically going to put one right here. You're going to stitch across the top right here. Another one right here. You're going to stitch across the top right here. And then in the back, you're going to have 2 more. It's one right here, and you're going to stitch across the top right there, the raw edge, lining the raw edge with the raw edge, and then one right here, stitch across the top right there. So that is basically what you're doing. You're doing a basting stitch to attach all 4 of these pieces. So again, that raw edge is going to be it's going to be covered because you're not going to see it because of your when you attach your waistband. It's all going to be connected at the waistband. When you connect your waistband, all of that's going to be hidden. So I am literally doing that right now. And I'm aligning mine with, with the darts in the back. So I'm lining it with the darts in the back. And then on the front end, I'm aligning it with the pleats in the front. And that's how I'm getting, aligning those pieces. So you attach those carriers, those 4 ones. Again, 1 in the back, 2 in the back, and there's 2 in the front. And you're going to just do a basting stitch across each one. And last one. All right, so this is what it would look like once you attach, baste those pieces on. Again, all that's going to be the raw edge is going to be covered, so you don't have to worry about seeing that. So we've basted those on, and now we're going to the next part, which is finishing of the putting on the waistband. So it does tell you to do a stay stitch all the way around the upper edge of the pants. Is what it kind of tells you to do, just to do a stay stitch, just to keep it all, stabilized around the front upper edge of the pants. And then from there, it is telling you to turn 3/8 of an inch seam allowance on the left front edge. Excuse me. So turn 3/8 of an inch seam allowance on the left front edge of the waistband, and then you are going to press, and then you're going to turn in the seam allowance along the unnotched edge of the waistband, and you're going to press. So let me just move these pants to the side. If you have your, here's your waistband, and I'm trying to think, can I see where I did my notches? Okay, so here I can see my notches. I don't have to retransfer them because I can see them. So on the unnotched, so one end of your waistband, one long end will be notched and one will not. You want to turn in basically and press the unnotched edge of your waistband by, it says 3/8 of an inch. Where am I? Oh yeah, okay, 3/8 of an inch. So let me I'm gonna move these pants to the side, and I'm gonna turn in that piece. We are really close. We're almost done. Almost done. Okay, 3/8 of an inch. We're turning it in on the unnotched edge. And then we're pressing it. And then you're doing the left. You're also going to fold in the left side of the short side. So we just did the long side, and now we're doing the short side. So now we also have to do the short side of it. So the left side, so I don't know how you tell the left from the right, but let me see which side. Is that the top or the bottom? So this is the bottom. This is the right. This is the left. So the part that you folded under, when you are stitching it, is going to be so you're basically, this is going to be like the raw edge. This is the part that you're going to be attaching to the top of your pants. So when I'm trying to determine what the left and the right, I don't know if there's another way to determine the left from the right, but basically I'm putting this around my body. And I know that this is the bottom. So this is the right and this is the left. That's how I'm determining what's the right from the left. So this part you are folding in also by 3/8. Oh, wait a minute. This is my right and this is my left. So I'm looking in the camera. right, left. So this is my left side. So this is the side that I am left front edge. Okay, yep, this is the side I'm doing. So I'm gonna fold this in also by 3/8. And press. I'm so afraid to burn myself. Do not want to burn myself with this iron, because then it will be over. It will be done. We will be done. Okay, here we go. This is where it's good to have a clapper, because get that to stay really well. All right, so now that we folded that under, the next step is to really take this, waistband and align the raw edges. Okay, let me get my pants back out. So here's my pants. I got my pants out on the right side. So here's my pants on the right side. And you are then going to line up the raw edge. So right side to right side. You're going to line up the raw edge, and you do need to unzip in this. Unzipping your pants. So you're going to line the raw edge with the raw edge of the top of your pants with the raw edge of your waistband. So I'm going to start with the right side first, and then the other part is, let me just read this. Pin the waistband to the upper edge of the pants, matching the centers, placing the small dots at the side seams, clipping pants where necessary. Baste, stitch, trim, and then press the seam toward the waistband, pressing in remainder of the seam allowance on the lower edge of the right waistband extension. Then with right sides together, fold the waistband along the fold line, stitch the right front edge, and then trim. Okay. So first things first, we are lining up this raw edge with, so this is going to be interesting. Oh, it goes further then. It goes out further than. So let me just want to see. Oh, so the other thing I had to do, which I didn't say this before, because I had to extend my waistband, my waist, I also had to extend my waistband. So I extended it by 2 inches, which is basically 1 inch, or 3 inches, I'm sorry, is what I did total. So I did 1.5 inches on each end. So just for the record, I did do that. So I have to account for that when I am lining up all these pieces. And then let me see. So, my notches. Okay, where are my notches? So I want to make sure I can still see. Okay, there's one of my notches. And then the other one has to be. So I'm looking for my notches so I can line everything up. And I don't see. Oh, here it is. Okay, so this is one of my notches. I'm just going to make it a mark on here, because I can't really see them. Okay, that's one. And then I can see this one. Here's the other one. And then I'm going to carry over these little dots too, just to make sure things line up the way they're supposed to. Save time in the end. Okay, so it says what's supposed to line up with the, so since I added inches on the end, I am going to actually line up my side seams first. I'm going to start with that. So it says small dots should go at the side seam. So I'm going to start with there and back into it. So here's my side seam, and I'm going to basically line that up here. And here is the other. Where's the other side seam? Now it doesn't quite line up. So, nope, that doesn't line up. So I'm not going to be able to use that because this has way more on this side than this. So what we're going to do is we're going to adjust accordingly. So this is one of those areas where you have to kind of make it work because it does line up. I mean, you have enough to go around, but the dots may not line up perfectly because you had to make adjustments to it. So I tried to make it work, but it did not. So we are going to work with what we got. Here we go. And feel like it's still a little bit short. So we're going to see. So one of the things I'm getting ready to do is I'm getting ready to try these on just to see if it fits before I attach this waistband. Because if there is room in here to make another pleat to make the pants fit the waistband, then I'm going to do that. Because I know the waistband fits me. So I'm going to try these pants on really quick. Really quick. Hang in there. I'm going to try it on without the waistband. I'll be right back. Okay, so we have a little bit of room with the pants. You can see they're like, we have a little bit of room. Maybe I didn't need to add so much to the waist, but that 3 inches that I added, I probably didn't need to add, is what we're seeing. So what I'm going to do is I am going to probably make like an extra pleat in the pants, or maybe in the middle. I got to figure out a way to get rid of some of the extra. Not a whole lot, but some of it. Yeah. So I can put the waistband on, because I definitely don't need to adjust the waistband. I just need to adjust the pants a little bit so that it can fit, they can fit the waistband. The challenge is that there's so much connected to the waistband, to the top of the pants, so I have to really look at what I'm going to adjust to make it fit. So I need to figure that out. I feel like I have a little bit of space right here, but then I don't have equal space right there because of this pocket. And I think I have a little bit of space. I have some space right here. So I might end up creating like another dart in the back on each side that will take this in. And then I also probably can make the seam allowance a little bit smaller to make the pants kind of fit together better here. And the same thing in the front, all through the crotch piece. But they are a little high, they're gonna be a little high-waisted for me. So that's what I'm gonna work on. Let me see, what time is it? Oh, it's 12:08. Oh, let's see. Oh, who said that? Peach said, put a dart in the back. Yes. So I feel like that's the only option. Or I can probably take it in more, like where the pants fit together. So like basically go in probably like an inch. I think I can probably go in an inch on the back, and I think that would make the pants fit much better. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go in an inch on the back, and if that doesn't work, then I'm going to also add a dart into. But I think you could get a little bit of a feel for the pants. It's hard because there's so many little pieces kind of hanging off, but I think you can get a feel for it a little bit. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. All right, I'm back. Okay. Thank y'all for hanging in there. Okay. So I got the pants already on the wrong side. And so this is what I was saying I was going to do. Because there's so much attached to the waistline, that makes it, I think, difficult to put a dart in. I think what I'm going to do is take this. So this is the back seam line, which I did at 5/8 of an inch. I think I'm going to take it in another inch. I'm sorry. I think I'm going to take, another inch. So a half an inch on each side. And I will bring that all the way to, basically, I'm going to take it all the way to the zipper. That's what I'm going to do. Take it all the way to the zipper. And I'm going to do a basting stitch just to make sure it works. So actually, you know what I'm going to do? Just to make it, I'm going to do a 5/8. So I'm going to take it another 5/8. So I'm going to put the original stitch line on 5/8, and I'm going to stitch another 5/8. And again, I'm doing a basting stitch because the other part I have to do is make sure that it aligns with the waistband. And then if this works, ultimately, I'm going to serge this off if this ends up working. So what I learned is that I'm probably a size 12 and I did not probably have to add that extra 3 inches that I put in the waist. Probably did not need to add that because that's pretty much what I think I'm taking back out. Except for I did add it in my waistband and I needed it in my waistband. So, I don't know. All right, I'm gonna try these on again and see. We're gonna see if that actually helped. Because I basically took out about an inch. So if it fits in the waist, and I'm gonna make sure it fits the waistband. And then if it does, I'll attach the waistband and then I will serge out. Oh yeah, I could already see the difference. Okay. So I can definitely see a difference in the way it's fitting. So you can see it's not as loose as it was. The other option I have is I can definitely probably take another 1/2 inch off of this side seam. Because remember this pocket part of that is the side. So I could probably go in like a finger on each side of that. So I'm gonna try to fit the waistband onto here and see if it fits. And if it does fit, then I'm not gonna do anything else. Because what I do know is that this waistband is you know, it fits. It gives me the tightness that I want and need. So I don't have, I mean, it's half of this, so you know it gets folded down. But I feel like I don't have to make the pants super tight down this part because it's gonna fit pretty good once the waistband is on. So I just need to make sure that the waistband does fit the top of the pants. So anyway, I feel like it's better, but if I need to take in another little bit, I can take in a 1/2 inch, I think, off of this. Just basically down here. In here, and that will do it. Okay, let's see. It says I added inches to my waistband as well, and it fits perfectly. Yeah. So I think I think what I did was I think I needed to. Oh, you know what? I didn't do a 12. I did a 14. That's why I did a 14. So I probably didn't need to add anything to the waist, but I was trying to my waist is smaller than, it's bigger than the 14 waist was. Oh, what was it on the 14 waist was a 30. It was a 30. The 14 waist was a 30 and I'm a 32 waist. That's what it was. And because my fabric had no stretch, I added an extra inch in there. And I probably didn't need to do that. So anyway, I'm going to see if this band fits. If this band fits, I'm not going to make any more adjustments. If the band does not fit, then I am going to take the side seam and I'm going to take it in about an inch, just probably through the pocket. So I'll just probably go right here, start about a half an inch, and then level it up with where the side part is. And I'll do that on each side. So be right back. Okay, so next step is we're going to see if we can now, actually I'm unzipping this. We can see if we now can line this up. See if we can line this up with So now I'm gonna try again with that side, that lining the sides up first. Nope, it still doesn't quite line up, but let's see if it at least gets it. We can get it all the way around. Okay, so this goes right here like that. That's how that's supposed to fit. So that, what do you call it? That folded edge lines up with the edge of the zipper. So remember, you have your zipper flat, but it lines up with the edge of the zipper. So it's gonna literally be right in the edge. Oh, wait a minute. So this does actually line up with that, but so the side dot, now it does line up, but let me just make sure the center is lined up as well. Nope, it's not. It's almost, but not quite. I almost feel like I could just, so it's just a little bit too loose. It's close, but it's not, it's just a little bit. It's probably like, I wonder if I just go in just a little bit more on the back. Yeah, I think I will. I think, let me see if this will be, I'm just gonna pin this. And then before I stitch this, I probably need to, so I'm gonna go in like one more ½ inch. It's probably like a ½ inch. right, let's see. Let's see if that makes any difference. A little bit more. It's almost there. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep that at another 1/2 inch just for that little part, because if I go in too much, the pockets are going to be touching each other. So I don't want to do that. All right. This is not too bad. Actually, it's pretty good. I think I can work with this. All right, I think I can work with that. Okay. All right, I feel like this is about as good as it's going to get. I mean, I could do more, but I think this is pretty good. I don't think it's going to be too loose, and I don't think it's going to look too baggy. So what I do need to do is I need to, and I think I feel like I can. So there is this like extra piece that's kind of hanging over here, just so you know. So that little extra is consistent with what it's showing us. All right, that actually is working. So the only thing I need to do now is I need to make this permanent. That stitching that I put in, I used a basting stitch, and I need to now make it permanent. Okay. So I'm about to do that right now. And actually, let me just, so what I'm going to do to make sure that it is equal on both sides, so I'm going to take my chalk and I'm just going to make a little line right here so I can know where to start my stitch within my sewing machine, and where I should be lining my stitches up. So that is going to be lined up with that. Okay, here we go. And okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. I'm just making sure I'm not stitching over anything. Yeah, I definitely did not need to add that. I did not need to add that extra because I'm literally taking it out. So, you know, that's why I'm taking Pattern Making Academy, so I can really understand how to make the adjustments. And I've made some adjustments before, but you know, now that I've made these and I understand, I will definitely be able to do it better the next time around. All right. So just for reference, this is how much I'm going to serge off once I put all this together. It's like literally the line is there. So it's this much is going to get serged off all the way down. That's what I just stitched together. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now we are stitching around the top. We are stitching this waistband. So pants on the right side, attach the waistband, right sides facing each other, and then you're going to start at one end and stitch all the way around the top at, well, I clipped it, pin first, and then you're going to do, it says a basting stitch all the way around. So we're doing a basting stitch all the way around. Okay. So I'm going to start, and I am starting press seams toward, okay, let's do that first. So 5/8 of an inch, and Okay, waistband is basted on, let me just, and it looks pretty good. Okay, so here it is on. You can kind of see it there. I mean, I still have to fold it down, but you can see how it's gonna look. It definitely makes a difference in how the pants look. Adding the waistband on. Again, still have to press all this, but you can get a feel for it. You can get a feel. Thank you, Lala. I try to finish it. Thank you. I try. Sometimes it takes me longer than I want, but I try. Especially because I feel like people wait so long. I do owe y'all some stuff, so I will be working on it. But anyway, this is the band. And the next step is that it's telling us to basically fold the band down like this. So you're basically, so there is a fold line in the middle of this, and it's telling us to fold the band down like this. Is basically what it's telling us. So I'm going to, fold the band down. It says, with right sides together, fold waistband along fold line, stitch right front edge and trim. Okay, so we're folding it down like this, and then we're gonna stitch right along this part right here. Boom. Fold it down, stitch right here is what it's saying. So that little part that's extended, that is the part that we are going to be stitching. So I'm just lining everything up. And I'm actually going to pin it because it's not wanting to stay on its own. And I almost want to like press it, but it didn't say press, but I think I'm going to press it. And I'm going to pin this as well. I'm going to just pin this. All right. And I'm just folding this. Like it said, folding it. I'm not doing anything else but folding it in half. And then I'm going to take that right front edge and I'm going to stitch that right front edge. Make sure it's really lined up. And then I'm going to stitch it. And this is probably, let me just see, is it telling us to turn it? I'm sure it is. Turn waistband inside along fold line. Yep. So we're stitching this and then we're going to turn it. And I'm just stitching it at 2.5. So before I cut it, I just want to see how it's going to look. I wonder if they want us to, it's still really extended. Okay. So this is what it would look like once I turn it. And then the only thing I want to figure out is how is this part? And so it's saying press, slip stitch, pressed edge over seam. Okay, I got that. Stitch left part waistband close to pressed edge as shown. Okay, I got that. Turn up carriers over waistband, centering pressed end over large dot, having upper edges even, base stitch close to pressed edges through all thickness. So let me just see. I just want to see. So this is what I think they're saying to do, to stitch this. Yes. So you are literally stitching this top portion at the top through. You're basically stitching it through the top of each, which is interesting, but it is what it is. Thank you, Aura. Thank you so much. So, and look, this is how that pocket is going to turn out with that. Let me take this piece off so you can see the pocket with that black stitching. Although I feel like it's not bold enough, but it's not bad. So here, this is what the, once I do this, it'll be a little bit shorter because this is going to come down a little bit more. And then this will come over like that. That's what these will look like when they're stitched in. All right, well, ouch. Does it say stitch that? Oh, you know what? Now I know why this ends, because we do have to put the clasp. There's like a little clasp that we're going to attach to the end of this. And that's why it's kind of hangs over a little bit, so that that clasp can fit on there once it's closed. So I'm just going to press this down so that you all can really see how it's going to look. And I'm going to press it. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to press it down. I'm going to pin. I'm going to base stitch on the carriers so you'll get to see that. And then I'm going to try it on. And I will put the clasp and the button on later. But I'm going to try the pants on once I finish this kind of finishing of the waistband. I'm going to try the pants on so you can really get a feel, because I think you'll be able to see really what it's going to look like. I might press it a little bit more too, because I feel like pressing it gives it the full look that it would have. And then you'll be able to see it. Thank you, Aura. Yeah, I'm really happy with this color combo, honestly. I'm very happy with it. It turned out much better than I thought it would. much better than I thought it would. So I'm just turning this in. I wonder why it didn't tell me to. Okay, that's probably why. Okay. So they want you to do a little bit of a slip stitch of that. Remember how I told you how the edge of that the left fly comes up? You're going to slip stitch that onto the waistband, into the waistband. I'm going to show you because I'm just going to iron it for now, but I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. Actually, let me just do it this way. Yep, this is going to look so good. And once I stitch this down, it's going to be nice and clean on the inside. As well. I appreciate y'all hanging in there. Y'all are hanging in there, and I appreciate it. Okay. So let me just show you this really quick. So this is that left fly that is, kind of comes up higher. And this is the waistband right here. So you are going to kind of slip that in there, and you are going to slip stitch that this fly into that top of that waistband. I'm holding it so you can't really see it, and it probably should line up more, but it doesn't. But either way, it's going to be covered because all of this is going to come over like that, and you won't see it anyway. But yeah, you should slip stitch that, which I will do, but offline. Okay, so let me just zip in this. I'm going to show you this. So this will come over like that, cross over like that, and then this is what the pants kind of look like. I'm holding it together a little bit, but to give you a feel. So the only thing I'm going to do right now is, before I try these on, is I am going to do a stitch of the carrier, basting stitch of the carrier, the 4 pieces on, just so you can see. And then I'm going to try the pants on so you'll be able to see them. I'm going to do a basting stitch. This is probably one of the areas where I am going to use the thread that matches the carriers, just so it doesn't, because you can't see it anyway, but I think it'll look better. All right. Again, just some quick basting stitches, just so you could see once I try the whole pants on. One down, 3 to go. Oh, that didn't go on right. That didn't stitch on right. Well, that did not go on right. All right, I'm gonna do something less fancy. All right, there we go. So I'm gonna do something less fancy and just make this a bigger basting stitch because I want to take this out. But I am literally going to just all right, make sure that's gonna fold right. Yeah, okay, that's good. Two down, 2 to go. All right, give me 2 seconds. Let me just press this down really quick where these carriers are. I'm gonna zipping it up. I'm gonna try it on so you'll be able to see it. I really like the way it turned out. Really, really, really liked it. Okay, did that, and then let me just do one more thing so you can really get a feel for it. Let me just put a little press on this really quick. It's gonna be really super quick, not neat, just enough so you can get a feel for what it will look like. Thank you all for hanging in there. I tried to do as much prep as I could to move it along. But we did a lot of great things today, so. And it's just a quick little, just so you can see. You can be able to see it. Love the contrast is just, oh, it's everything. My favorite. All right, let me go put these on so you can see, but you do get a little feel for it, a little bit. I'm not gonna put the buttons on tonight, but I will put the button on, the clasp on at the top, and I'm gonna put a black button right here. And then I'm gonna do all the hand stitching that's involved. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna try it on so you can see, and I will be right back. 2 seconds. Let's see. Do I have? Oh yeah, I do. Okay. Just trying to see. Do I have some heels so y'all can really see it? I do. Oh yeah, that's definitely made it tighter. Okay, let me put on some heels so you can see, because y'all know I'm super short. So let's try. See if I can give y'all a little bit of how it's gonna look when it's finished. I still have to hem the bottom. It's gonna be a little bit not as long as these pants are. Okay. Just zipping this. Get a feel. I actually like the width of the pants. Okay, here we go. Okay, so let me try to. I have to hold it because the pants don't have the little button on it, but let me get closer so you can see. Let me move this out the way so you can see. Okay, so here are the pants, and these are the belt loops, which I kind of just tacked in place for right now, so they will fit a little bit better once I put them on. But you can kind of get a feel for it. So I'm gonna put a clasp here. Let me get close so y'all can see this. I'll put a little clasp here. I'm gonna, tack the inside fly zip inside this loop. So all this will be nice and clean on the inside. Let me fix that. So once I press that down, all of that will be nice and, neat. But this is basically what the pants look like. And then let me see if I can step back so you can see the bottom. So again, these are wide leg pants. I did take a little bit of the width off of it, which I'm okay with. I think that I like the way that they are now. So once I hem the bottom, they'll be a little bit shorter than what they are right now. But definitely what I learned is that probably a size 14 was probably the right size for me. I added like 3 inches to the waist, which I don't think I needed to do at all. I'm gonna add a little button, a black button right here. I definitely think that will, help that break that up a little bit. And those are my back pockets, my welted pockets that I put in. I love them. They turned out really cute. I don't know if you can get a really good feel for how it looks, but because again, they're black, but I think it turned out really, really good. I'm very happy with the way they turned out. So just a couple of little touches here and there. And hem the bottoms of the pants up. And I am going to probably make this top, I'll probably make this top in black as well, because I think it's a perfect complement to these pants. But yeah, I feel really good about it. Will I make them again? Yeah, you know what? I will make them again because I do like them. I like the way they fit. I'm gonna do probably a straight size 14, honestly, maybe even a size 12. So what I would say is that, if I follow the measurements, I didn't need to make any adjustments. I spent time taking the adjustments that I added out, but I was going just, again, based on, and I got, maybe I lost 2 inches. I don't know. But yes, so the short answer to your question is yes, I will make them again. I think that, they're definitely something that you can make if you have time in one day. Or it's probably an easier make if you do a little bit, like do all the prep one day and then stitch it all together another day. But it's not a bad sew in terms of the time it takes to do it, especially now that I've been through it all. Of course, the first time you do it, it's always slower. So the times that the next time I do it, it'll go much quicker. So I definitely feel like I could probably do it in like a solid 4 hours. Now that I've done it all and I'm not kind of second guessing it. So yes, I would do it again. Let's see, what fabric did I use? So I used a 100% cotton. So the black is 100% cotton, no stretch. And this cream is a cotton blend. I think it's cotton and polyester blend. So just to give you an idea of what the fabric actually, what you can think of when you think about the fabric, this is 100% cotton, but it was called like linen look. Like, so it looks like linen, but it's not. And then this looks like a lightweight wool, but it's a cotton blend. So just to give you an idea of what the textures of those two fabrics look like, because I don't know that you could truly see it from the screen. Let's see. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you, Aura. I cannot wait to see yours. So I am gonna, do the finishing touches to it. Again, clean that up, clean the back up, put the little button on, which I think this little button would be so super cute here. Look at that. That would be so, doesn't that add something to it? Just that little button right there. That just adds something. It just adds a little contrast to it. So yeah, I'm gonna put that on. I like the stitching. I'm gonna keep it. I might actually go over it again if I can figure out how to do it cleanly, just to make it thicker. But yeah, I appreciate y'all staying on with me. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, so I'm gonna finish it and I will take some pictures, but I feel like once I take pictures with better lighting so you can actually see the detail with the pleats and all that, I think you will really appreciate it. And then I gotta, I gotta take out the, I got all that, like, what do you call it? From the basting stitch, the threads and stuff like that. yeah, but I love it. I do really like them. And I'm not a wide leg person, but I do like the way that these fit. And once I put that little hem at the bottom, it's going to be straight. So, and do the top, black top. I got a million black tops, but I'm going to make that one too. So that's it. Thank y'all so much for hanging in there for almost basically 6 hours. I appreciate you. So next week we are making my grandson his Halloween costume. I'm making him a dragon. It's supposed to be easy. So it's going to be easy. That's what we're making. So if you are sewing your Halloween costume or sewing someone else's Halloween costume, join me or just hop on and say hello and watch for a little bit. Yeah. So again, good night. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate you all for joining and staying on as long as you have, and look forward to the final pictures that I will take. Thank y'all. Have a great, great night. Bye. Thank you, Latoya. Thank you, all my Facebook and YouTube people. And thank you all on TikTok as well. Bye.